Okay, folks, 2 minutes, we're going to get going. We've got a very long day. Well, good morning, everybody. We're going to get going here.
I guess I can do it.
We got to do a couple
Oh, we
things
gotta do-
first.
you're right,
Yeah.
sorry.
First, we're going to go ahead and start the day. Representative Majori, you are up today for the pledge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Clerk, could you do a roll for us, please?
Vice Chairman Power.
Here.
Clerk is here. Representative Guthrie. Representative Lascelles.
Here.
Representative O'Keller. Representative Kelly. Representative Allwood.
Present.
Representative Brown. Representative Cahill.
Here.
Representative Stavis.
Here.
Representative Tatro. Representative Chair Levin. Representative Gilman.
Here.
Representative Majori.
Here.
Representative Gallagher. Representative Hicks.
Here.
Representative Howland.
Here.
Representative Freeze.
Here.
Representative Fratch.
Here.
And Chairman Turcott.
Present. Okay, very good. We are going to get going. I'll have some comments once, general stuff for the committee later when everybody's here. First bill up, Representative Cahill, you're a little early. Yours isn't until 9:50. So we will start with the hearing on HB 1052 relative to the format of excavating and dredging permit applications. The prime sponsor has not arrived yet, but we do have a co-sponsor who will introduce and speak to the bill, Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jim Majori, representing Rockingham 23, the beautiful town of Northampton. I preface this by saying I do understand that there is an amendment that is going to be brought forward. I'm not sure the timing for that, but there is general support for that amendment. I would welcome all questions to be phrased as, would you believe? Because there might be some on the committee who know as much, if not more, about this bill than I do. Anyway, with that, I'd like to introduce House Bill 1052 relative to the format of excavating and dredging permit applications. Currently, permit applications need to be submitted in paper form, 4 of which need to be submitted to the town. With this bill, what we would be doing is amending RSA 482A3 to allow for one of those, to allow for one paper copy and then a digital copy to be submitted to the town. Again, I know that there's an amendment coming. I might look behind me and wonder if somebody is going to be speaking. Good, there is going to be somebody speaking to this. With that very simple summary, I would open the floor to any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
So originally, the current statute requires 4 copies, paper copies. And the bill is changing that, as you stated, to 1 paper copy and a digital copy. So I'd like to understand presently, why are 4 copies needed, and what is done with the 4 copies? And my concern is 1 copy, 1 hard copy, going to be sufficient for the purposes?
Thank you for the question. And speaking only from my perspective in Northampton, where we don't get as many of these, when I brought this up to the officials in town, we only need 1 copy. It's not being circulated to that many boards and commissions such that we need the 4 hard copies to be circulated around. With 1 hard that can be copied and sent to committee and 1 digital, it sufficed. I would like to think that that is what is consistent, or that same feeling is consistent and the reason for the bill.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I understand that you're not the prime sponsor of the bill.
Correct.
And that you are the co-sponsor.
Correct.
So when I looked at this bill in context, if you put it in context, the previous part of the statute says any person seeking to obtain a permit shall submit to the department. And the department in this section of statute is referring to the DES, the Department of Environmental Services. So it's that department that is receiving the 4 copies. And perhaps I can re-ask my question to someone else.
Oh, absolutely. And I would think that your question is probably best. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the follow-up. I think I would like to think that the prime submitted the bill for that very same reason. And again, maybe I should have been more clear when speaking about my own community. That's the way we do it. I can't speak to exactly that that's the way DES might respond to that, but would hope that the prime might be able to have an answer to that question. I apologize that I don't.
Thank you for that. I did just receive a text from the prime. He's behind an accident on 93 North, so he's still trying to get here. And I'm pretty sure he will have a good answer for that. Further questions? Seeing none, Representative Lascelles?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I'm just wondering if there are communities, perhaps in the North Country, that don't deal with electronic copies as much, or if there are any municipalities that don't have the capability of dealing with anything other than paper. I understand that in most communities, the first thing that the municipality or the department does is probably turn it into a digital copy right off the bat. But there may be communities up north or anywhere really that don't deal with electronic copies. I'm just wondering about that.
Thank you for the question, and I think that I think given some of the other discussion we've had with some other bills, that should always be one of the considerations that we have, the capacity for every community to be able to benefit, and even if it's the unintended consequences for those communities who might not. I'm sorry that I don't have a good answer for you, but I do think that it should be at least a consideration.
Representative Cahill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is the reason for the 4 copies, the original 4 copies, the fact that they have to be posted on site at the dig sites?
Thank you for the question. I would have to defer to the prime on that for his research into if that is the reason. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a process question. I understand that the prime sponsor is not here, and my question is probably better directed to the prime. Could you recommend or provide guidance as to how this committee can ask questions of the prime?
Absolutely. At 9:37, the prime said walking over from the garage now, so he should be here momentarily.
Would you like me to vamp? The 1961 Yankees lineup
that-
consisted, no? Okay.
We're good. Any other questions for Representative Majori? Seeing none, thank you very much for
Thank you.
introducing in the testimony. We have one pink card, and I think by the time Nature's finished, Representative Brown should be here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. Just to give you all a slight background here, this bill came at the request of the Moulton Borough Town Clerk, who worked with a number of other town clerks. As the process currently functions, the municipality receives four paper copies of an application. And back when this statute was originally written, one copy would go to the select board, one to the planning board, one to the conservation commission, and one was retained by the town clerk. The copy that went to DES was apparently scanned and sent down there. They do that regularly. Given that oftentimes more than one member of the governing body or the planning board want to review copies of this application, it's frequently the case that town clerks are scanning copies. And so this is really an attempt to help alleviate the administrative burden at the local level by ensuring the town clerk doesn't have to scan the copies anymore. Instead, they can just have a fillable PDF or whatever the format is that that DES has for this, that someone fills out anyway, prints out, and then hands into the town clerk, who then handles it from there. Instead, what will happen is they will send a digital copy that the town clerk can distribute, as well as a paper copy. The amendment that you will be seeing clarifies that the other local bodies can receive either paper copies or digital copies at their discretion, because it is clear that some communities do not have the capability of distributing electronic copies, and there are, of course, some board members who prefer paper copies. So we wanted to make sure there was discretion there. Additionally, the amendment will clarify make a technical correction. As you may note, the word digital and electronic are used interchangeably here. That's going away. I understand the sponsor is going to pick one of those, so there's no confusion. And as far as talking with DES about whether they were okay with this process, I did speak with them. They did indicate they were okay with this change because it would not affect how DES processes any of this paperwork. This is just a local change for what happens to the copies that are retained at the local level. I'm happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm a little bit unclear. So the digital copy and the one paper copy is going to be originated and provided by whom? To whom?
The applicant is going to fill out the form, which is a fillable PDF, if I understand correctly. They're going to send a copy of that digitally to the town clerk, as well as provide a paper copy. The town clerk keeps a paper copy now and wanted to continue to keep a paper copy because there are occasionally people who come in to town hall and want to see the application, the abutters typically, because they are noticed for this because this is a land use application. So the town clerk can just hand them the paper copy so they can review it. Or if they want a digital copy, they can get a digital copy. It makes it easier it should make it easier for everyone.
Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What's the problem that this bill purports to solve?
So currently, the law requires that four paper copies are handed in to the town clerk. It is frequently the case that the town clerks then have to scan those and email those to DES, as well as the members of the select board and the planning board. it would be easier for them if they could simply have a digital copy in the first place and distribute that out as appropriate. I'm not sure why it was originally in statute that it has to be paper or digital, but it was, so that's what's being addressed.
Representative Holland?
So just to clarify, excuse me, so is the town clerk then submitting the digital copy then to DES, or does the applicant have to do that separately?
If I understood correctly from what I've been told, the town clerk, after sign off, submits that to DES on behalf of the applicant.
Representative Frack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I personally have only been involved in a single excavation permit. And my question is, how does this bill deal with the large engineering or surveyor drawings that accompany the application?
I do not know the answer to that off the top of my head.
My only comment on that would be that I don't believe that is part of the change, so I would say whatever's going on now would probably remain the same. But Representative Brown shaking his head. Any other questions? Representative Gallagher?
So yeah, one of my big issues is open data and things like that. So when it says other digital format, I'm wondering if there are what requirements on that. Like, what if whoever's having to provide it decides to put it in just some unreadable format?
So the form is generated by DES and has to be filled out by the applicant. The reason that it's provided as a PDF, because that's what's currently used, or other digital format, because the hope was that the legislature would not have to revisit this statute in the future, but would future-proof it by allowing DES to make changes. So if they change to something other than PDF, that they could do so without requiring legislative action.
Representative Gallagher, go ahead.
So in RSA 21R:10, it's got a definition of open data formats. Would you be open to amending where it says other digital format to say other open data format as specified by RSA 21R:10 instead? Or do you think or do you think it's already covered?
I assume that DES would use whatever guidance already exists in statute when generating their form. I don't have an opinion other than that.
Representative Davis?
I'd like to take a step back for just a moment and ask a kind of a bigger picture question. I haven't done the research, so I don't, I'm asking you. Are such copies of permits required under different RSAs for different governing bodies in municipalities? And will this be, if passed, would this be something very different from what's prescribed in other RSAs that require permits to be submitted? I'm just looking for a reason why we're being so granular and specific on this particular permitting process when there are dozens of other permitting processes that go on all the time.
For reasons that I do not know, the legislature decided to make this process very specific in the statute, whereas others just give discretion to departments or to individual municipalities to create. So the attempt here was just by the town clerks to help them internally do their process a little bit more efficiently.
Seeing no more questions, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
testimony. I have no more pink cards. We will go ahead and close the hearing on HB 1052. Okay. Next up, we have, and right on time, might I say, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
We're going to open up the hearing on House Bill 1218 relative to voting for municipal bonds. Representative Cahill, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please forgive my eagerness. It's just municipal and county has a soft spot for me. It's where I passed my very first bill and a couple afterwards, so let's keep that going. Many of us, I would think the majority of us in this room were elected by less than 60% margins. And yet we vote on bills that, add or cut costs. We vote on the budget. And I think that requiring a 60% threshold for the municipal bonds is very high. I understand it was once 66%. Let's not go there. But it does impede progress that we need to make in our communities. And I have a few examples of situations where, we shoulda, as my Aunt Regina used to say, we shoulda. So, as I told you, most of my interest in this has been with the public schools. That we have a lot of public schools in very poor condition. Those of you, you all represent district with schools, and either they're recently renovated or they will need to be renovated. It's, if not now, when, But just prior to the moratorium, a $23 million renovation, major renovation for Stevens High School up in Claremont, a school that was built in 1867, they got their money's worth. They had a bond vote, and it was one vote shy of 60%. And I know you can always be one vote shy, but that was close. And so they didn't, that failed. And with that, they were a 60% community, so they would have received, a substantial sum to pay for that. But instead, a couple of years later, into the moratorium, they downsized it so they could, get more people on board. It was far less than what the community needed, and they passed it for $12.6 million, nearly half, and it cost them $3.4 million. Really, that's what they spent, because they missed out on the state aid, and they had far less school for the money. The Lincoln Ackerman School in Hampton Falls, 6 tries to renovate their school, and they cut it from 7 to 4 million, and they got less and less for their money when they did that. Alvern and Hudson, there were actually a CTE school in which there's a schedule. Every so often, it's your turn to get money, and a lot of it's federal money. So the voters supported that part of the project, but failed to approve the renovation of the high school. And it probably would have made a lot of economic and physical, sense to do them all at once. I know that's what was done in Salem. They had a major high school renovation. They got they had the CTE rolled into it, as did Dover. It makes a big difference. You don't have to bus people to some other place for those career technical education, and you had the federal money. So we can't all have CTE schools, we don't, but they do serve an important role. So I have here, as you know, we had 17 applications for building aid. It reopened, and now we're funding some of them. And we funded 3. So the other 14 on this list here, and I think some of these community names will be familiar to you. Amherst has 2 projects. Barnstead, Hollis Brookline has 2. Colebrook has 2. Concord, Derry has 2. Hampstead has a project. Hollis Brookline, there's more. Hudson, Kearsarge, Litchfield, Monroe, Plymouth, and there's just under 8,000 students enrolled in those schools. And they were kind of waiting for their communities to be able to pass a warrant article so that they will have a better quality education. Young families will want to move there, raise their children, work and live in the communities, maybe start a business. I know that in Newmarket, the word was the elementary school's okay, but once your kid goes, you want to leave town before they got to the 6th grade in the other building, which was built in 1925. And had a few additions to it. So we need to make the investments. I know, it's like pulling teeth. We did something a few years ago to protect the loons. We took out the lead tackle, but we still haven't got the fish hooks out of our pockets. And I think that a simple majority, like the way that we're elected, might be a way to enable the communities to pass these warrant articles a little sooner. Probably a little cheaper than dragging out and waiting for construction costs to rise. So that is why I brought this bill to you today.
Thank you. Are you open to questions, Representative
Certainly.
Cahill? Are there any questions? Representative Gilman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I understand the importance of what you're talking about. Exeter had a 16 point something million police station that we were looking for, and it failed by 6 votes. And we don't have a charter, so it's a 3/5 requirement. Putting it up again, now the price is higher, as you explained. But the question that came to me is, are we not I can't think of the word. Or denying the voters an opportunity to say no?
Thank you for the question. I think what we would do if we had a simple majority, we'd be encouraging voters on both sides of the issue to learn more about the project, participate, and to show up and vote. We wouldn't be saying, well, they'll never pass this, I can stay home.
Representative Guthrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your article, because I know this is a big problem. I come from Hampstead. We do believe that we had a fire station addition and a police station that we didn't get. I think it was 2 times on each one. We ended up putting it in the budget. And can you maybe discuss what happens when you have this kind of a budget item that's of that much value, and what that does to the tax rate, and what are the ramifications for going into the budget where you don't have to have the 2/3?
Thank you, Representative. I'm afraid I don't have the background to about the implications, what it does to the bond rating. I don't think it would be good, but I'm just guessing, because I'm not on any of the budget committee or the council, so I don't know what the negative is. But I do know what it's like when you have these projects that need to be done. Even people may agree they need to be done, but you're trying to find some way to kick it down the road, and the road needs to get paved too.
If I may, Mr. Chair, follow up. I don't think I was clear. I was trying to get a reaction to you of when there is an item that is normally bonded. You go before the towns and you get rejected because of the 2/3 that's required. What you take that budget and you put it in, you take that item and you put it in your budget. I'm trying to make a point that has a real strong impact on the tax rate.
Representative Guthrie, is there a question in there?
Somewhere.
I would believe. I would
haven't heard it
believe.
yet.
I would believe, yeah. Again, Representative, I understand that there's probably a bit of desperation that brings the community to do that. and somehow or other, the taxpayer will pay for it. And you can try, but sooner or later, you have to get these things done. And I just like to move it a little faster, hopefully a little cheaper, and have people buy into the process, at the beginning.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you agree that a municipal bond is a very serious financial commitment? It's multi-year, large amounts over the term of the bond, and it commits the taxpayers to subsequent multi-year, financial commitment. So could you please explain to me, and therefore that's why we have a supermajority, because it's different than, it's a different level of spending with different criteria, or not criteria, but terms. So could you explain more clearly why then is a simple majority sufficient for such a serious financial obligation on the backs of the taxpayers?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I agree, it is serious. And I think the delay that we frequently see leads to serious overages and expenses and an impact on our communities where we have people looking for a place to start a business or raise a family, and they're saying, no, I think I'm going to go here instead. I really think it's in our long-term interest to think of the long-term health of our communities and make these investments. And I would hope that we would still have substantial margins, but falling shy of 60% in so many instances, I think it may be time to look at it.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for for being here and taking this question. Would you say your primary motivation is for communities to receive state and federal funding to make it easier for that? Is that what I'm hearing from you? To lower the threshold to a simple majority?
Thank you for the question. I mean, certainly where possible, communities do pursue grants and funding from various sources. And sometimes I know with the situation with building aid that we have now for schools, the voters don't know if they're going to get building aid or not. Well, we knew during the moratorium, didn't we? But we don't know now whether we'll be getting that. And that's another issue we'll be working on. But certainly, reducing costs, getting the best bang for your buck, that's a duty that the members of the school board, town council, budget committee in our municipalities have. And I know that they're delegated to review these projects, and very often they come through it with a unanimous vote, and still the community falls short of 60%.
Representative Cahill for Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would you believe that if Raymond had passed a bond a few years ago to pave our destroyed roads, it would have been cheaper for us to have done it then than it would be now?
Representative Cahill, I do believe that.
Thank you for taking my question.
Representative Tatro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hypothetically, you're looking to, I'm trying to narrow this down, to circumvent the super bond requirement, or super vote on a bond, which is in law. How would that, so if you expand that, we have a bill come up on the floor that didn't get the supermajority at CHCR or something like that. Mm-hmm. I'm hearing that, oh, we didn't get it, but we still want it, so we'll just vote it in the regular budget, into the regular timeline. That doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
I didn't hear a question there either, Representative Cahill, so Representative Yokella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question.
Do you think that it is prudent for the taxpayers' money to utilize the saving account options that, as far as expendable trusts and all of that, which accrue interest instead of paying additional money and saving for those expenditures like the roads and school things, instead of on the back end paying more because of interest through bonds. And so the state is essentially incentivizing savings instead of loans through this simple majority option.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. The communities, municipalities do put aside money with voter approval for, 200,000 here for this and that. They do set it aside for maintenance and things as part of their, it's another article on the budget many times. And they certainly do use those funds to reduce the amount that we need to bond. And I think this is a separate issue where we're asking the communities, we're giving the communities the option to bond less in the long run, because if we don't drag our feet and wait until who knows what happens, we do it when we need it rather than saving for it. I think it's impractical to say we're going to save up, in my case, $39 million before we build the school. We'll have generations of people, will have gone, wouldn't have waited for that. Unfortunately, we can't write off the mortgage interest.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. I have no other pink cards. I have a blue sheet with nobody signed in for it, for or against. So with that, we will close the hearing on HB 1218. We're in a rare situation. We're actually ahead of our time. So I'm going to use, yeah, I know. Had a schedule, I should say. I'm going to use this time since most of us, just about everybody's here. Couple points. You did receive a email from me regarding the possibility of execing 3 bills on Thursday. I would that those may or may not go. So pay very careful attention on the House floor on Thursday, because that's where that announcement would have to come from to make everything legal. Now, we talked about this at the beginning of last week. When you, hey, Richard, Representative Brown, I'm sorry, could you turn off the mic up front for me or somebody? When we hear testimony from those giving the testimony, we need to, the only thing we're supposed to be doing is asking questions regarding their testimony, not going off into the weeds on different things, even slightly related, but we need to keep it focused on what they say. The other thing we talked about last week is the would you believes are not something here. When we get to executive sessions, that's where we talk amongst ourselves in committee about what we believe and make our points there, not here. Lastly, when you have a question, try to have it succinct and to the point. Be ready to, when I call on you, to have that question, so when we ask it, it's quick and we can move on from there. Questions on any of that? Seeing none, our next hearing starts at 10:20. So we'll see everybody in 8 minutes. 2 minutes, people, 2 minutes. All right, 1 minute.
Oh, she's making her way to her seat. Okay, no gabbing.
Okay, it's 10:20. We're going to go ahead and open up the next hearing on HB 1125 relative to requiring public notice and comment at all county commissioner and delegation meetings. Representative Burrows, prime sponsor. You have the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for having me here. I'm Anita Burrows, Carroll 2. I'm one of the sponsors of this bill. This is a pretty simple, it's a bipartisan bill, and it basically is promoting that there be requirement for public notice and comment at all county commissioner and delegation meetings. So the current law states that public comment in a county commissioner delegation meeting is a privilege, but not a right. And I believe that it should be both a privilege and a right. And this bill was filed after a scenario that I witnessed in Carroll County, and I just want to tell you this short story. A citizen was concerned about the financial health of our nursing home. There was a lot of controversy. There was a lot of articles in the paper. So he was a healthcare consultant, and he understood how to analyze financial statements. He did this for a living. So he went on the Zoom to express his concern and ask a question, and he was recognized to speak. He then proceeded to express his concern about the health of the nursing home financially. The commissioner tried to give reassurance that the nursing home was doing well. She said the nursing home was just fine. And he very respectfully said, Madam Chairman, I respectfully disagree because I read financial statements for a living. And at this juncture, the commissioner repeatedly gavelled for this consultant to stop talking as he did. And I'm going to say at this juncture for transparency, this gentleman was my husband. But I would have put forth this bill whether it was him or somebody else. And at the next meeting, another commissioner chastised this man, mentioned that he was my husband for his rude behavior. And no time was he rude. And he again reiterated that public comment is a privilege and not a right. Now, what are the key highlights of the bill? Public comment is either written comment addressed to the commission or delegation and delivered prior to a meeting. Each person shall be granted at least 3 minutes to speak. In-person and remote spoken comment is allowed, and there should be a sign-in process for people wishing to speak so that we know that they're there and that they have signed up and they want to be recognized. And that the commissioner delegation does have the right to set up a procedure for recognizing people who are on remotely. And every person with a card or on the Zoom should be allowed to speak. And all meetings shall be open to the public, whether in person, telephone, or by computer. If the charter of any city or town or guidelines or rules of any public body require a broader public access to official meetings and records, such guidelines or rules of order take precedence over this legislation. Again, as I said before, this bill is straightforward and bipartisan. By enabling public comment, citizens can bring a spotlight on any issue and show elected officials that their past may not be the best one for their constituents. In a democracy, the government should serve the people and not vice versa. It is critically important that citizens participate so that the government and our elected Our elected officials are serving the people. Therefore, it's essential that we create the expectation that people are allowed to speak, even if there is a disagreement with our elected officials. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative, for the testimony. Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question and providing your testimony. So at the beginning of your testimony, I heard you say that the gentleman in your example that you cited had, I guess, approached, well, he was on Zoom.
He was on Zoom.
So you started off and you mentioned that he had asked a question, and then he proceeded to provide.
I mischaracterized that. He did not ask a question because you can't ask a question in those meetings. So I mischaracterized it. He made a statement. And at which point he was gavelled.
Okay, so thank you, but I'll continue.
Okay,
on.
I'm sorry. I
And-
didn't mean
and
to
that's-
interrupt you.
Thank you for clarifying that because that's where I'm going. So just then, to be clear, it's my understanding that this bill, as written, you don't intend for the public providing input or comment to be asking questions, because clearly public comment or input is not a back and forth. It's not a place or the time for the public to be asking questions and expecting answers. It is just to provide commentary. Is that correct?
As agreed, and I misspoke. I was speaking too fast. And totally agree with you.
Representative Yokel.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. It seems like public meetings would all benefit from the same level of openness to the public and having public comment. So why, if any, should county commissioners or that delegation be specified out, or should it be for everyone?
I'm going to be really frank. I was advised that it would have better chance of passage doing this way. And I think there also, if we included local meetings, I think that there would have been pushback about local control. And I think that was the reason we focused on this.
Further questions? Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. It's interesting that I have a couple matters, but I'll just do one, Mr. Chair. The posting of the meeting, I understand that it needs to be on the website, and currently they're sent out to all the delegates when there's a delegation meeting. But if in the interest of transparency, wouldn't it be better to require it be posted in all towns? Because, for example, in my county, the county building is really not accessible even in the town it's in. And so my thought is, would it be, within this transparency and posting, to require it to be posted in 2 places in each town?
I'd be totally supportive of that because I get a lot of calls from people, how do I find out when the meeting's happening? I really want to be there. When's this issue going to be spoken about? So I would be totally supportive of that.
Further questions? Sorry, Representative Gilman.
That's okay. It's not really a follow-up, so I want to do a second question. The other is a person that wants to talk in public comment. You asked that they're required to give their name and as printed on their driver's license or ID for identification, but they're not required to provide any further personal information. At my select board meetings, we ask a person that's from without our town, from surrounding town or city, to identify that, and then by consensus, the board agrees to let this person be heard. We hardly ever say no, but I'm wondering if we need to also add the words in there that
About there be consensus?
to allow somebody from outside the county.
Oh, outside the county. I think that would be reasonable, but not for somebody who lives in the county. And in terms of identification, frankly, Carroll County is pretty small. most people know each other. We know, it's very rare that somebody comes in that somebody doesn't know that person. But I think it would be reasonable. I mean, we do get in New Hampshire some hearings. There are more people from out of state than in state wanting to testify, and that can be problematic. Yep.
Further questions, Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Burrows. I have a kind of a question to you in regard to Representative Gilmore's question to you in regard to notification. If you were to revise the bill to say something along the lines that it would be required to be posted in the towns of the county, that whether or not that would be problematic in regard to the posting time. So you could post it in, let's say, the county, and then if the towns don't get it all posted in an appropriate time period, then that could be an issue for that. Do you feel that could be a problem, or how do you feel about that?
Again, I actually don't know offhand what the time period requirement is for both commission and delegation meetings, what the period of time is. So, maybe the language would be something to the effect of, to their best ability. It could be, it could be like, for example, the Conway Daily Sun has an event column. They could post it there. So, I mean, I think there are a lot of ways to go. There are, towns have online forums. I think there are ways to do it and do it quickly. But, I think that's something that needs to be looked at.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking another question. So with regards to the public comment, and in here in the bill under section Roman numeral 4, there's the person will fill out a card. They won't just stating their name. My question is, how can their residency within the county be validated or determined if they're only giving their name, when you had established that in order to give the public comment, the person must be a resident of the county?
I appreciate the question. I'm just thinking ahead, and I'm thinking of another scenario where you would have somebody from another county. Let's say that there's an issue going on in Carroll County that that a town in Rochester had this similar situation, which actually is true. They had some similar issues with nursing home. In that scenario, I would think that it would be not a bad idea to let that person speak if there was relevancy to their experience.
Follow up?
Thank you, Representative, for that response. What I'm getting at is, would it make sense to have an amendment where the person would provide identification, supplying their name and like the town? So that way the people running in the meeting can know, is this person within the county, where they can provide the input without any extra consensus? And if they're outside of the county, then that is known, and then people running the meeting can go from there. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do see what you're saying. My response to that I would like to see that something that the county decides how to handle that. Again, because our county, as I said, is small. It's very different than some of the places in Nashua and Manchester where you don't know who's walking in the door. So, I was coming in with that framework. So I think it might be best to leave it to the county.
Is your hand up, Representative Elwood? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Do you think, as a matter of practicality, that rather than trying to legislate town involvement on these postings, that the county commissioner just encouraged the town to post a link to the county website?
Again, in my experience, I just see too many people who want to have a say in county government. They don't even know that there's a county website, and so maybe there's also an education facet to it. But I do think, making a posting in the local paper or something like that, there's a section, you don't even have to pay for it. It's events. I think that would be really helpful.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I do have a couple, Representative. The first one, I just want to clarify Is it your intention for this bill that only individuals from the county be allowed to speak under this section?
No, as I just said, I
Okay.
think there are scenarios where it's appropriate, and I think there are scenarios when it's not appropriate.
Okay, thank you. On line number 10, you have the words penalty, retribution, or disrespect. Could you define for me, let's just pick one of them, let's pick disrespect, and define what that is?
Well, I think the example I just gave you with my husband showed contempt and disrespect for somebody who was just trying to make a comment.
And follow up for the chairman, who's going to make that, who's going to decide whether it's disrespect, retribution, or penalty?
That is a very good question. That is a very good question.
And my final comment on that line or question would be, and after it's decided who will make that decision, what is the remedy for that?
Well, I guess in let's just say the example that I gave, this person being gavelled, I think the remedy for that would be to allow them to come back and speak and finish what they were saying.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. In Section 2 of the bill, on line 9, it says any person shall be permitted. But then it goes down and limits that to someone with a valid ID. Would you be amenable to amending that, since it says any person, should be any person?
Okay, what line are you on, please?
First of all, I'm on line 9.
Okay.
Which states any person shall be permitted, goes on. And then it's lines 22 through 23, I believe. Person shall be required to give their name as printed on their driver's license. I'm just thinking that those two things cancel each other out.
By saying any person.
If it's any person, it's any person. And if it's a public meeting, for example, and I apologize, Mr. Chair, this may not sound like a question, but it is a question. In our city council meetings in Lebanon, where we have wards and we have public comment periods, we ask people to state their name and what ward they live in. But there's no requirement that they show any identification. So I'm asking, would you be amenable to
Absolutely.
amending the section that
Absolutely.
requires that
Absolutely.
identification?
I think they, it's every county is just so different. It's just so different. But yes, I'd be amenable to changing that.
Further comments or questions? No comments. Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
I have a blue sheet. Again, nobody signed in for or against. And I have no more pink cards, so we'll close the hearing on HB 1125. Boy, the chairman has done the opposite today. We're too far ahead. All right, well, we'll see everybody back at 11. 2 minutes, folks, we'll get going. Okay, folks, we're going to get going again here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on HB 1242 relative to establishment of a countywide communications district. And Representative Howard, welcome to Municipal and County. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, fellow representatives, for having me today. I know that we hear this a lot, but HB 1242 is fairly straightforward in its language in that it enables counties to establish communications districts. For those of you who are unaware of what communications districts are, under RSA 53-G, they operate as a service provider by creating partnerships with a corporate body for the primary purpose of establishing a communication district, or a broadband network, my bad. This will not change the operations of current communications districts and will only make the process of establishing a district easier. These partnerships are great, but not many municipalities are taking advantage of this wonderful system because its economies of scale are geared more towards a county level operation, like what they have done with the Carroll County Communications District. The need for each town to pass a warrant article makes establishment unnecessarily lengthy and a complex process that HB 1242 fixes, while still giving municipalities the final say with the included opt-out in the bill. I hope that you'll join me in supporting this enabling legislation to give counties the choice, as well as towns, how they want to approach broadband in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Stand by 1 second, Representative. Representative Yokella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. In your testimony, you mentioned Carroll County has a communication district. So this bill is allowing counties to have a communication district. So I guess my question is, if a communication district for a county already exists, then why is this legislation necessary?
That's a very good question. So under the current RSAs, we have establishment through individual towns passing the warrant articles. So each town needs to band together and basically on an individual basis go and establish this. This would change that by, instead of trying to make this a proactive process amongst every town, if a county or a group of towns want to create a communications district, rather than having to go through each of the towns, it would be easier to just allow the county to create a referendum. And it still allows for the opt-out, so if towns do not want to participate, like the town of Wolfboro is not a part of the communications district up in Carroll County, they could choose not to participate.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused because as you stated, typically districts are formed for a specific purpose, and that the towns or municipalities interested come together to form that district. And as you stated in your testimony, Carroll County has a communications district which was formed by that procedure, towns coming together, creating the communications district. This bill as written, is it true that it's to do the inverse process where the district would be countywide communication district would be established, and then towns would join? And I don't understand. I don't see, there's still a process by which the towns need to join or say, I don't want to join. So I don't really see how this bill is solving anything.
So, under the RSA's, for establishment, you have to go through a planning committee, and basically this would allow the county to establish a planning committee so that they can move forward with the process, because the corporate body is separate from the county. They're not linked necessarily. It just allows the inverse to happen because it's a lot easier for the towns to propose a referendum. Like this is a fairly big issue up in the North Country. And so for a number of towns up there, they may want to say to their county government, we would like to propose a referendum to the other towns, rather than having to go to each select board and convince them to be a part of this. So it would instead propose that as rather to trying to get people to join together. There's only a handful of districts in the entire state because they're incredibly difficult to set up. Carroll County is kind of the exception. They've done a really good job up there. And I think that it would be great if we could get additional districts formed.
Representative Majori?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I wonder then, if I understand this correctly, if there should be language included in the RSA that gives the county the warrant article. Are you suggesting that the warrant article has to then go to each community on behalf of the county to state what it wants to do and the limits to that? Maybe I misunderstood.
So basically, under the way that the language is written, let me hold up 1 second. It would allow governing bodies of municipalities to kind of reject whatever is proposed, but it may need a little bit of tweaking in some of the language, and I'd be definitely willing to work with you on that.
Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Have county commissioners come to you and requested this?
So actually, the Association of Counties has unanimously voted to support this bill, and it is something that I've discussed with a number of county commissioners.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question, and thank you for being here. Wouldn't there be an economic scale effectiveness with this bill that would save money for all the towns within the district as well as time?
Yes, exactly. That's kind of the primary reason why I submitted this bill.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kate Horgan. Representative, hold on 1 sec. Representative Howard, before you leave, could you please fill out a pink card for us? Thank you. All right, Kate Horgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't need the promotion today, but thank you very much. My name is Kate Horgan. I am here on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Counties, which is all your elected and appointed officials at county government level. In my haste this morning in the office, I forgot my hard copies, but all in your inboxes are a copy of the association's letter. So you do have that, and I will drop hard copies off with the committee assistant later today, just so you can have them. This, as Representative Howard said, the association is in support of this bill. We see it as a way for communication districts to be set up more efficiently and at less cost. It is an opt-in option. So if a town decides that they don't want to, or I'm sorry, it's an opt-out option. So if towns don't want to participate, they don't have to. But we do see it as a benefit for some of our more northern counties that are still on dial-up service to expand their broadband capacities and planning as they move through. It could also serve as a communications center for both constituents and the internet service provider that is involved with the communications district. With that, I will close my testimony. I am not a communications district expert, but I will do my best to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Representative Yokella?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to take and ask this question. It says on line 12 and 13 that the governing body is able to exclude themselves, and it's I assume that means that that it's not going to the voters to decide whether or not they want to be part of this district or not. What is the logic of not going to the voters instead of?
So I did not write this language, so that would probably be a more appropriate question for Representative Howard. But
Sure.
I will say it depends upon how the town is set up, right? And what form of government. Are they an SB2 town? Are they a town meeting town? Because I know the ways that they opt in and opt out of things are handled differently in those different towns. But I would direct you to Representative Howard to.
Okay, thank you.
But if you wanted to change that language to send it to the voters, I don't have a problem with that.
Further questions, Representative Lascelles?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking my question. If there's a financial advantage of a county doing this rather than the individual towns, why wouldn't we go all the way and have a statewide communications district?
Thank you for the question, Representative Lascelles. I think that's something you should discuss as a committee, but I would also point out that I tell you all very frequently that there are 10 counties and each county does things 10 different ways. And there are different needs at COAS than there are in Hillsborough and Rockingham, just based on their infrastructure. So I think the countywide model is a good model because it allows counties who are already working together with their towns and communities to address their specific issues within the county.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
Is there anything that would prohibit various counties, perhaps Hillsborough and Rockingham, or Hillsborough, Rockingham, and Merrimack could go together? Is there anything to prohibit that from happening?
The way I read this language, no.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Staley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking this question. If I can get rid of the frog in my throat. The question that Representative Lascelles just asked about multi-county, in line 9 of the bill, it says one county. So in order to give an affirmative answer to Representative Lascelles, would that have to be changed?
I think because the way that I read it, and if this needs to be edited, I'm not a lawyer, it could certainly be done. But the way I read it is it's 2 or more towns or one county, but you could add on other counties. One county would just be the other counties could participate in that communications district, but there would be one lead county.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's all the pink cards I have. Another blue sign-in sheet with nobody on it for pro or con. So with that, we will go ahead and close the hearing on HB 1242. And once again, we are ahead of schedule, so we will see everybody at 11:30. Your chairman can't schedule properly.
So RSA 53G, actually body joint. So there would be the governing body can opt out, and then the legislative body has to come back in. Yeah. So that would be, it doesn't enter in 53G.
No, 1442 is 11 a.m.
I was looking for the hearing on.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yes, we do. We have one meeting, and our put it on the association's website. We don't think they're going to but, so, tell you real quick when our next member meeting is going to be, and they're private. Yeah, so we meet Friday at 10 a.m. So the next one is
2 minutes, folks, 2 minutes. Representative Sellers, have you filled out a pink card yet? Okay, we're going to go ahead and open up the hearing on HB 1302 relative to elected conservation commissions in towns. Prime sponsor Representative Sellers, you are up.
Good morning, committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity. I am Representative Sellers. I'm from Grafton, District 18. I represent 10 towns in southern Grafton County. Okay, so let me just, I have some notes that I actually handed out to you folks there that a constituent actually provided to me, which was very helpful. And also, I'm somewhat aware of this issue. And being a small town, we have about 3,000 residents, about 2,000 voters. And this is basically is to establish the opportunity. So if the town wants to actually, if it's residents of the town, if it's voters of the town want to actually create a conservation committee by election, that's the opportunity. Right now, they're assigned, and that's all they can be. They can be appointed or assigned by the select board. They don't have the opportunity of voting. And therefore, you know, if you don't have that opportunity, in some cases, and again, it's totally up to the town. The town doesn't have to, you know, they could decide that, no, we don't want an elected conservation committee, and which is fine. But other towns might say, yeah, you know what, it's a good idea. Let's, we'll bring it to the voters. The voters vote yes. Okay, from then on out, it's now elected. So that's what this is all about. It's pretty straightforward that way. And in the handout I gave to you here, there's some good reasons, to have it, and a couple of reasons with not having it as well. And I'm not going to read through them all. You have them in front of you at this point. But, overall, it's a couple of things that stand out. It's bullet point 2, distributes centralized control of who serves on the conservation committee, from the select board or selectmen to the voters. Again, giving the control back to the voters, which is, to me, that's expanding what we have today, instead of just being, all right, we select board, we voted for you, and now besides running the whole town, we also want you to run the conservation committee too. Well, this allows the voters to say, we'd like to run it as well. All right, it would stop, in a case of a resident who is maybe not well liked, maybe is good for the committee, but the select board or the select people don't like him or her. So this would actually stop that, if that's the case. I mean, we live in small towns. We know this happens, it does happen. The transition doesn't take, it doesn't take effect like, that first year. It can actually, it can be over 3 years. So it's not all in the same year. This is no different or very similar to the planning board or zoning board, which is elected in the towns, all right? So think of it that way. We elect our zoning and planning boards. Other than that, I'm available to take questions, and we'll go from there, because I'm sure there will be some, and I'll do my best to answer what I can.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. On line 15 and 16, the selectman may remove an elected member for cause after public hearing. What are your thoughts on that? What is cause?
So again, this is set up the same exact way as a planning or zoning board would be. So instead of having a different language altogether, why not just have the same? It's because now if you're going in with different languages, hey, the planning board does it this way, and we'd have to do it this way for the conservation committee, and we have to do it this way for the zoning board. It would get very confusing and also take up more time on the select board. So,
Thank you.
Representative Gallagher.
Hi, I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the motivating case for this legislation. Like, what exactly would what exactly might the harm be for having a conservation commission chosen by the current method that might lead a municipality to want to elect them instead?
so you're asking what the harm would be by creating a voted?
Well, by not electing them, by continuing to do things the current way.
Well, at this point here, on one of the bullet points is, let's say I've been in town for 10 years, and maybe I'm very outspoken at town meeting, and they don't like what I say, and yet I want to be on the conservation committee because I love the conservation, and I can't get on it because the select board they don't like me. So it's like, it's too bad. Maybe I have a degree in it as well, and it's like I can't be used, and therefore that's the harm of not having it. So you keep it as it is. You might have a good qualified person that would like to be on it, that just can't get on it no matter what.
Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Representative Sellers. On line 15 and 16, it was mentioned that the selectman may remove an elected member for cause after a public hearing. And we know in the land use statutes that is as well for a elected planning board member. But does not the statute, land use statute, specify negligence, malfeasance, and inefficiency as cause for removal?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sitting here as a co-sponsor. The prime sponsor had asked that I be here to help answer questions. Could I respond to that or no?
Yes, you may.
So thank you for the question, Representative. To be clear, this bill is enabling. It's enabling legislation. Therefore, it was signed into law. It would be enabling statute. To answer your question here, this bill to allow the Conservation Commission to be elected as opposed to appointed, the language was taken from the language elsewhere in statute for the enabling legislation to elect the planning board. And so I do understand, it sounds like you're saying that in that other area of statute, that instead of having the selectman may remove an elected member for cause, I think I hear you saying that that is expounded upon and is listed out negligence, malfeasance, and inefficiency. So therefore, the sponsors of this bill would be open to an amendment to provide that parallelism and clarity.
Thank you.
Representative Guthrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I should say at the beginning, I'm a selectman. Do you know, first of all, do you know of any other situation where a person who wanted to be on the Conservation Commission was denied?
Sir, I do not. All right, personally.
Thank you. That's fair. Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up, go ahead.
Yeah. Do you know what the responsibilities are of a Conservation Commission member?
Again, sir, I've never served on a conservation committee. I brought this bill up as a constituent would like. So I've never served that area. I know they deal with conservation. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By the way, I would run for selectman in your town if I were you.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In Raymond, we experienced some of the that's the word. Some of what you described, where a person wasn't allowed to be on a board because they weren't liked by the selectmen. Do you think that maybe this legislation should include other boards like zoning boards and things like that?
Do you think the same thing happens with them?
Well,
they're right now they're elected according to statute. That's already in law. Zoning and planning boards are elected according if the town wants them at that point. I don't know if I would think if someone is not liked in town, they probably wouldn't be liked on any of the boards. That's my point. All right. And honestly, I mean, I speak out a lot at town meeting and say, it could be budget, it could be any other warrant article that they bring up, and it could be easily enough myself to say, well, we don't want him on this board because he's too outspoken. So I would be concerned that this does not just happen in conservation. It could be on any appointed board or committee.
Are there any further questions? Representative Davis.
So if you are concerned that it could happen on any other commission or committee in a town, why doesn't this bill encompass all of those bodies?
Right now, the bill actually focuses on the Conservation Committee. That's it. And again, it's only to allow the people to vote if they would like to have an elected Conservation Committee. If statute allows other committees to be the same way, that would have to be brought up at a different time. That's not on what I proposed.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking this follow-up question. So the intent of this bill that proposes to change a significant piece of process for municipalities, enabling or not, for those towns that choose to do it, be a major change, is to ensure that a person who is maybe not liked might be elected. Am I clear on that?
Well, just because you're not liked by the select board doesn't mean you're not liked by the townspeople. So they could be elected because again, as I stated, I could have all the credentials in the world that I'm an excellent conservationist, but if you're not liked by the select board, you might not be appointed.
Are there any further questions for Representative Sellers? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. And now we will call, since I have a pink card, Representative Power. I think in the future it'd be best to do one at a time. Representative Power, we'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for coming to the witness stand with the prime sponsor. He asked that I sit with him to be able to answer questions in the future. I will not do that. So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. As a co-sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to provide my testimony with regards to House Bill 1302. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County, District 36. Today, I would like to offer you an example of the inadequacies of the current method of appointing members to the Conservation Commission that occurred in my House district in an effort to illustrate to you why this bill is needed and why you should consider it carefully. So a few years ago, there was an opening on a particular town conservation commission. It was advertised, the opening, because a current member who had been appointed by the select board was moving out of town. A relatively well-known resident wanted to serve on the Conservation Commission. They had a degree, a scientific degree. They had background in conservation, in ecology. And so obviously, when the opening came up, the resident contacted the Conservation Commission, expressed interest. The person applied. The person was interviewed by the Conservation Commission. It was a very productive interaction and meeting, discussion, questions were answered. And as a result of that encounter, the Conservation Commission made a recommendation to the Select Board, highly recommending this individual. There was no issues, no questions. And furthermore, it's my understanding that this was the only applicant to fill this vacant position. So without reasonable explanation, this request for this resident to be appointed, it was denied by the Select Board. And clearly the decision was not due to a lack of the candidate's qualifications, but it was because the Select Board did not care for this particular individual, because for an issue that was unrelated to the Conservation Commission. The individual, in fact, was taking pictures of trees that were being cut down on a project within the town, and was wondering and questioning, well, why are these trees being removed? There was no discussion. The proof of concept renderings showed the trees there. The person was simply asking questions. So long story short, this incident resulted in this resident not being appointed to the Conservation Commission by the Select Board, despite the Conservation Commission members wanting this person. As a result of this denial, the Conservation Commission in this particular town ended up having a vacancy for several months, despite having a person that was ready, willing, and able to fill that position. Worse yet, the Conservation Commission really needed this help on their committee, and they had to unnecessarily operate during a very busy time with 4 board members and not 5. In some towns, voters might want to have the Conservation Commission be more accountable to them, the voters. When members are appointed by the select board, there's indirect accountability at best. House Bill 1302 provides important enabling legislation for this option to elect Conservation Commission members by the voters. A town may choose to adopt this provision, or they can simply stay with appointing members by the select board. Towns can, and importantly too, towns can also rescind this option or the decision, and they can go back to appointing members if they so desire. Moreover, recently in my town, where Brookline, there was warrant articles to change from appointed to elected planning board members, and also to change from appointed to elected zoning board members. And these passed with more than a 2/3 supermajority vote. And I say that just to emphasize that these boards, that are the land use boards, we have enabling legislation on in statute to allow this to go from appointed to elected. And this bill simply just is providing the opportunity for the same procedure, enabling legislation for the Conservation Commission. In some towns, voters want to be able to directly decide who serves on these important boards. So one more point is this year in Brookline, our Conservation Commission is recommending through the Select Board a $4.3 million bond for conservation land purchase. And our operating budget is $8 million. That's pretty significant and pretty important. Such a purchase has a significant tax impact. So to be very clear, the members of that Conservation Commission, they serve a very important role in local governance. So finally, to be clear, Conservation Commissions in New Hampshire are becoming increasingly influential in important conservation measures, some of which involve significant long-term purchases. Therefore, having the option to elect Conservation Commission members is a very reasonable measure, which is why this bill is very important. In closing, I urge the committee to vote the committee recommendation of ought to pass on this bill in support of direct accountability to the voters in municipalities that choose to adopt this enabling statute. With that, I will conclude my testimony. Thank you.
Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, yes, and thank you for your testimony. I know that the elected select board sometime inadequate, maybe because they're elected. My point is, if they act as you have described and the prime sponsor has described, isn't that correction, if there is a need or a correction, made at the polls when the selectmen themselves run?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Could you please, I am not following your question. Could you please restate the question?
Sorry about that. Don't any correction because of the actions of the selectmen in the appointing of the county, of the commission, isn't that corrected at the polls by the vote that's given to the selectmen that are acting in that manner?
Thank you for the clarification, Representative. So sure, to be clear, you're saying that if the selectmen, don't, or for lack of better words, mess up or don't appoint somebody to the Conservation Commission or whatever, it can be, I guess, corrected at the ballot box. Yeah, but the point that we're trying to make here with this legislation is that that's really that's somewhat indirect, and that's select boards make many decisions, and I don't really see with regards to the Conservation Commission who they appoint voters to take action based on that. I think what is important to understand, as I explained in my testimony, it's not this one, you know, story or incident that happened in my district. You know, that's some evidence, but the bigger and the bigger emphasis and the more important point is that conservation commissions they serve a very important function, and therefore to provide enabling legislation so that voters, if the town so chooses to have those conservation commission members elected, this is just another tool in the toolbox. And then members of the Conservation Commission are directly accountable to the voters. And I think that's just a better process.
Mr. Chairman, to follow up quickly, if I could. And I have
very quickly.
And, you know, the sponsors is to be, gets an attaboy for making it so we have a choice instead of being a directive. But knowing that how important the Conservation Commission is and how sometimes technical it is, as the sponsor indicated, he had the background and should have been appointed. Knowing that, how do we justify that anybody can run for the county commissioner, whoever they are?
Thank you, Representative. Again, at the end of your question, you said running for county commissioner.
I'm sorry.
I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for picking me up on that.
Okay.
But the fact is that anybody can run for the Conservation Commission, no matter what kind of background they have, and there's no double check on that, where there is when he is appointed by the selectmen.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. My answer to that would be it's no different than any other office. Every elected office is very important. You could ask the same question with regards to the select board. I mean, anybody can run for select board. Do they have business experience? Do they have running anything experience? Do they have financial experience? So my answer to all of that would be when a person runs, there's interaction with the voters. They campaign, there's websites, there's forums, there's debates. All that can be uncovered and discovered during that process.
Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm new to local control, so correct me if I'm wrong, but under line 13, when the town has adopted the provisions to make this possible, is it not the selectmen that would recommend an article to adopt?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So if this is enabling statute, there's two ways that this could get on the warrant. The first would be the selectmen could be asked or for lack of a better word, petitioned by the voters in the town to place this enabling statute on the warrant. And secondly, the legislature in its, what's the word I'm looking for? Wisdom, thank you. In its wisdom, has allowed the citizens to put warrants on the ballot through a process called a petitioned warrant article.
I've been there, thank you.
Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Have you contacted the New Hampshire Association of Conservation Commissions, and if so, did they have any input? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for the question. So I'm a co-sponsor of this legislation, and I have personally not contacted that agency.
Further questions, Representative Yokella?
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. You keep on talking about accountability, and is it your belief that this legislation is important because of the requirement in Article 8 of the Constitution that requires the government be open and accessible and accountable to the people that they serve?
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for the question. In my mind, this enabling legislation, like I said, is another tool, another option. And to me, it allows the voters more direct, I guess, democracy, if you would, by being able to vote and choose who is on the Conservation Commission.
Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Conservation commissions have their own chapter, unlike the planning board, ZBA, et cetera. And those other bodies are regulatory. They can make their own subdivisions, and the ZBA has, the zoning ordinance. But the Conservation Commission is made to oversee and maintain, et cetera, but they can't make a decision about to purchase or whatever piece of property without the governing body. And so my question is, and maybe this applies to all the land use boards, but would you expect to find a regular amount of people who are willing to run for an election and pay money for what is a volunteer job, given New Hampshire's run by volunteers?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It's unclear to me what you're referencing with regards to paying money. In my district, the local races, nobody pays money I assume that you're perhaps referencing like to run a campaign. That just doesn't happen, in my district, so I don't have that's I can only answer it to that degree. And so I think the question to me that you're asking is, would there be a problem with having people run? And I would say no. And again, I would remind the committee that this is enabling legislation. If a particular town didn't want it, didn't think it was good, then there's no obligation to adopt this. That, for example, all right.
You answered the question very well. Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, I have one representative. I know you'll know the answer to this. Back, as many others have mentioned, line 15 and 16, the selectman may remove the elected member for cause. It's been said that some of the other committees that are elected, the selectmen have that authority now. Could you point me to the, just for my personal edification, point me to the RSA where that happens? And the only reason I ask that is I find it almost antithetical to an election to have one body be able to remove another body. And if that exists already, that might require some future legislation.
Thank you for the question, Chairman. So you're asking, all right, so to be clear, I didn't write this bill. OLS drafted the bill. Additionally, I'm not the prime sponsor. However, I do understand that the language for this bill mirrors the language, the enabling statute for planning boards and the ZBA. So I would refer you to those statutes, and unfortunately, I don't have those memorized.
Thank you. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So to follow up, if I may, on the chair's question. So an elected official put into office under the terms of this enabling legislation is answerable to the people who elected him or her by virtue of the fact that they were elected. Yet once that elected official is in office, they could be removed by the same nasty select board that didn't want them to be there in the first place. Then what would be the point of electing them at all?
Well, thank you for the question, Representative. Again, I would refer you to the fact that this bill mirrors the language for this bill was taken directly from the other statutes with regards to the other local land use boards. So I think if you're going to ask the question, then that's a question that should apply to all three boards.
Follow up.
Then I'll go back to my original question to Representative Sellers, which is why does this only apply to the Conservation Commission?
Thank you for the question. I don't understand the question.
Why does this bill only mention the Conservation Commission if it follows that the other boards are under the same rule?
I apologize. I'm not following the line of question. You're asking why is this bill only pertain to the Conservation Commission? In what context are you asking that question?
Take
I
a
don't
stab
understand.
at it. Basically, I think the answer to the question would be it pertains to this because it pertains to this. It's the composition of the Conservation Commission. The sponsors have not taken upon themselves to go into other sections. They're specifically focusing on Conservation Commission, whether that's right or wrong. I guess that would be the answer. Representative Frye.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is it true that the ZBA and planning boards currently can be either appointed or elected?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I believe that is true because there's enabling legislation. Statute. So they can be appointed or they could be elected.
Yeah, follow up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Do you happen to know any historical background as to why the Conservation Commission is appointed rather than elected up to the point of your bill?
Thank you for the question, Representative. No, I do not.
Representative Gallagher.
So to go a bit more into the part about the select board removing them, what I'm thinking of is the parallels between that and impeachment, where other elected bodies can remove someone from another branch, but with cases of impeachment, it's usually a 2/3 supermajority. So what would you think, would you be open to maybe say remove with a supermajority vote or something for the removal provision?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It appears to me that this sentence here is causing confusion, so I am open to, as a co-sponsor, I would be open to an amendment that would rectify the confusion. I would also note that it does say after a public hearing.
Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, under 673:13, removal of members, it allows for an elected member to be removed by the Board of Selectmen after a public hearing for causes enumerated in Roman 1, which are inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office. Do you believe that this was what line 15 and 16 was referencing or used as a model?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Again, I didn't draft this bill. OLS did, and I'm not the prime sponsor, but it is my understanding that the intent was to model so that we have consistency after the other enabling statutes. So if you're telling me that negligence, malfeasance, and inefficiency are listed out specifically, then I would prefer that that would be listed out specifically and not replaced by for cause, because clearly those three reasons are very specific, and I would prefer that for the most part, or when it makes sense to have things consistent. Thank you.
Representative Brown?
Just quickly, Representative, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you think the language that was written by OLS as far as for cause was a specific legal definition?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I can't comment as to the thought process. I'm not an attorney, so somebody would have to follow up with OLS and ask that specific pointed question.
Representative Howland, you had your hand up before.
Actually, my question was kind of answered.
Very
It
good.
was like it was.
That's fine. Very good. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I have one further pink card, Barbara Richter.
Thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to comment on House Bill 1302. My name is Barbara Richter. I'm the Executive Director at the New Hampshire Association of Conservation Commissions. For those of you who don't know who NHACC is, we are a nonprofit organization. We serve 217 municipal conservation commissions here in New Hampshire. We support commissions so that they can be successful in protecting their local natural resources. We give them the tools they need so that they can go back to their communities and do all this good work. And we are opposed to House Bill 1302 because we believe that overall it will reduce the number of willing volunteers to serve in these committees. And we understand that it's an optional process, but there's some complications in this that maybe I'll kind of go through as I go further. But first, I'd like to just highlight conservation commissions, and they play an important role in their local communities. They're charged with the protection of natural resources and water resources in their communities. And most governing bodies in New Hampshire take this responsibility very serious, and they follow the intent of 36A. Conservation commissions are taking the lead on land conservation projects, coordinating everything from purchase and sale to fundraising. And thanks to conservation commissions, cities and towns are now using sophisticated technology to identify their critical natural resources for protection in their master plans and conservation plans. Volunteers are on the ground, maintaining trails, managing invasive species, and showcasing best management practices on land conservation and town forests so that their neighbors can learn by example. New Hampshire Conservation Commissions are active in their communities with educational programs and hikes to help citizens better understand the benefits of protecting their natural environment. So they do provide an important public service to their communities. New Hampshire would not have the same level of clean water, fresh air, and protected natural habitat without municipal conservation commissions who care so deeply for their communities. And Conservation Commission members simply want to do their part for their environment and their community. And this is often a welcome service in most towns. And so one of our greatest concerns with this bill is that it would lead to a lower number of local Conservation Commission volunteers. And again, we understand that it's optional, but it could kind of snowball out of control if towns, if it does become the option for towns. So I know that the volunteers that I've talked with are not interested in running running a campaign for election, and In many towns, it does cost a lot of money and time to become elected. And so there is that concern there that we would be losing some good people who just would not want to go through that process. And it seems like an additional layer for a volunteer. We want citizens appointed to conservation commissions who are willing to do the work and not simply because they're popular in town or because their name is easily recognized. And another piece that's important to consider is that relationship with their select board. And I know that can be, may not always be smooth and run easily, but because the select board is responsible for appointing the Conservation Commission members, they typically have a better understanding of those members. They know what their interests are, and they have a better kind of working relationship with them because they have chosen them to be on those commissions. And because I think another important thing to consider here is that the Conservation Commission is advisory, and that was brought up before. So in order for commissions to be successful, they need to work closely with their planning board and their select board. So we do want volunteers who can work with other people and who can, work with their select board, and they need to get along. Every year at our conference, we have a workshop on working with other boards because we believe that's how we, New Hampshire runs. We work together, we get things done. So I don't know if that would work so well if someone's just elected. And I also want to clarify that conservation commissions are not land use boards. Because they're advisory, they do not approve or deny permits. There's no regulatory role that they have like a land use board, planning board, or ZBA. So they don't really follow the same structure as those other land use boards. So just to clarify, they're not a land use board. And I also want to let you know that many towns have instituted a very thorough interview process for appointments. They often require resumes or applications. Many commission members are initially appointed as alternates, so they gain experience before they become voting members. And most municipalities do rely on recommendations from conservation commissions for those new members. It is certainly an unfortunate story, and that may happen from time to time, that the select board doesn't take a recommendation from a conservation commission. But from what I've seen, that's rare and typically not the case. And if it is the case, we need to work on it. We need to figure that out. So I ask that you don't threaten this thoughtful local process that's currently in place. There's really no guarantee or evidence that elections would result in a more capable or committed group of local conservation volunteers. New Hampshire's required the election of Conservation Commission members, and this is not a practice in other states as well, and it's mainly because they're advisory. New Hampshire's enabling legislation for conservation commissions was passed in 1963, and New Hampshire conservation commissions have been successfully protecting clean water, fresh air, and natural habitat for 60 years. So we respectfully ask you to vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1302, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony today. It's my understanding there's 204 municipalities in the state. How many of those municipalities have conservation commissions?
Thank you for the question. I believe there's 234 towns in New Hampshire, and 217 of those towns have conservation commissions, and about 195 of those commissions are members of the New Hampshire Association of Conservation Commissions.
Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you think the difference between 234 and 217 might have something to do with the types of complaints we've heard today, that perhaps there's a barrier somehow that this bill is trying to fix?
I mean, it does sound like there have been issues for certain towns, and in some cases, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's a tough position to be on a select board and to appoint members, and I think it doesn't always work. So we need to be aware of that and try our best to solve it. But we believe, actually, the current process works, and the proposing elections, I think, is would have more unintended consequences than we'd be prepared to deal with.
Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking a question, which is just clarification. I was writing something else down. Did you say that, did I hear correctly that no other surrounding states elect?
That's correct. No other surrounding states elect their Conservation Commission members.
Thank you.
Representative Guthrie.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your testimony. I happen to be a liaison to my Conservation Commission. And would you say it's fair to say that not only do the selectmen appoint the Conservation Commission members, but they have a close relationship as they go forward doing their job?
Yes, I would say ideally they do have a close working relationship with their commission members. And again, it's important because commissions are advisory. So if they want to achieve goals, they really need the support of select board and planning board to move certain projects forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Gallagher.
So I heard two separate claims in there. One, that it will make it harder to find volunteers for this position, and two, that people running in elections would have to raise more money, which they might want to do. But don't you kind of think those two claims are in tension with one another? Like, if you're the only one running, would you really have to raise money then? Like, I was unopposed in my last election and didn't raise anything for it.
I mean, it's certainly possible that you would not need to spend money to run an election, to run for Conservation Commission member. But I do know in many communities it can be expensive, and that was my only point, that it can be expensive, can be time consuming, and I believe it would be detrimental to a certain number of volunteers that wouldn't want to go through that process.
Further questions? Seeing none, I have two quick ones. You mentioned no other surrounding states have elected conservation commissions. Are there any states that do that?
Not that I'm aware of. So
Okay.
it's mostly a New England thing. Other states have more of what you'd consider conservation district or environmental commissions.
Okay, thank you. The second one, you mentioned a couple of times that this is enabling, but you could see this, quote, snowballing out of control. Could you give me a very simplified example of how it would snowball out of control?
Sure. I think, while it could often get good members in there, talented, thoughtful Conservation Commission members, I believe it could also run in the opposite direction, where you could elect members who aren't really interested in protecting natural resources, who may, have an opposing view of what the commission should be working on. And I think my other main concern, though, really, when I say snowball, is that, we'd have, a select board here and a commission here, and they would not be working together. And then you would really be very ineffective. So that's my main concern when I say snowballs. You're going to have these two different boards, and they're not going to work together, and basically they won't be effective.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We have...
Thank you very much.
Blue sheet, we have one individual signed in against. And that was it on the blue sheet. Seeing no more pink cards, close the hearing on HB 1302. We are scheduled to be back at 1:30 for what will be a very interesting afternoon. And we'll see you then.
So you get like a 2-bedroom condo. Yeah?
Okay, folks, we'll get going in 2 minutes. The what? That's why I use it. But the clock doesn't stop. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. We are going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on HB 1414 relative to the Gunstock Area Commission and Ski Resort. And I see the prime sponsor is here, Representative Comtois. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Representative Barbara Comtois, Belknap 7, for the record. This bill addresses 3 different situations. And I'll just do a quick overview and then I'll expound on each of them. The first one is to increase the amount of revenue that the county receives from Gunstock from 1.75% to 3%. The second section is regarding meetings, and the third section is requiring forensic audit. I'll speak to the first part. When we went to this form of contribution from Gunstock to the county, the original bill was going to ask for 5%. And it was decided upon at that time that they would do 1.75% to get 100% buy-in. But at the time, when I spoke to the prime sponsor of this bill, several of the sponsors that have now sent in letters to this committee were on that. We're asking for this increase because Gunstock is an asset of the county. It is the county taxpayers that own Gunstock. And it is the county taxpayers that if Gunstock defaults on anything, it is them that has to pick up the tab. And that has happened in the past. And they have been forgiven millions of dollars. So I am coming here for a modest increase of 1.25% of gross income, excluding donations and grants. The second section, being subject to 91A, public meetings shall be recorded. You will hear testimony that they have since, the current commissioners have put that in policy. However, policies can be changed. Policies do not have to be adhered to. This is a public mountain, and again, it is owned by the county taxpayers. And therefore, it should be in statute that all meetings, except those that are not subject to public meetings, be recorded. And then the final section, the forensic audit. The reason I'm bringing this forth and asking for it to be put in statute is, one, yes, can we ask for a forensic audit of gun stock? Yes. Is it subject to politics? Yes. Is it subject to the whim of whoever's on the delegation? Yes. I have had experience at the county level when we wanted to do a forensic audit and was met with, you're accusing us of wrongdoing. A forensic audit is not accusing anyone of wrongdoing. It is about keeping honest people honest. And then at the county level, when we decided, well, you don't want a forensic audit, we'll do an audit committee, they then asked us to do a forensic audit. I mean, that's how it's played out in politics, right? At Gunstock, we're asking for a forensic audit to be done once every 5 years. Not every year, but twice a decade. And that would be a random year. The first year to be audited would be the fiscal year ending April 2021. Part of the reason for this is that what we found at Gunstock, and that the traditional audit never caught, was political contributions being made by the mountain. That is taxpayer money. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, your county government should not be giving money to political candidates. It was a public citizen that found this error. And it had been going on for probably over a decade. The other thing you have to understand is when an audit is done, it looks at certain criteria. It doesn't look at everything. And it's also, they put out questions, they ask for certain information, and if they can only go on the information given. And I can let you know that originally I was assigned to an audit committee at Gunstock. It was disbanded pretty quickly. But what I did discover in that short time was that all the information that the auditors asked for was not giving to them. And I am quoting directly from the meeting that I was on a phone call with the auditors. There are only 2 check signers, and you will hear that now the commission now is looking at the check register, but a check register really doesn't do a whole lot. It doesn't look at the small dollar amounts. It doesn't look at the checks that had no endorsements on the back of them that were cashed at other banks. This is what I discovered. And I think it would be in the best interest of the county taxpayers to have this done. I'm not saying that any wrongdoing has been done, but someone may have. We don't know. It has never been done. We know that they wrote checks out for political contributions, and no one caught it for years. And I mean a lot of years. I will take any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you for the testimony. Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Just for clarity, looking in section 3, we asked for the forensic audit to go back to 2021. And if I heard you correctly, it was because there were political contributions that were made. But this is where I want to get the clarity. You said going back at least a decade. And I just looked up real quick how many Republican versus Democrats. So it seems like if that is true, the contributions would have been going to candidates from both parties. And I'm wondering if you know what the Attorney General's opinion is on those contributions being made, if those indeed were being made to both parties. Does that the question make any sense?
Thank you for your question. And yes, I can tell you that a cease and desist letter by the Attorney General was given to Tom Day. And the commissioner said, well, we put it in our policy that that can't happen anymore.
Thank you.
Representative Howland.
Thank you. So you mentioned forensic audit once every 5 years. Currently, does Gunstock or, I mean, I assume that in terms of your towns there, I don't know how it works because it's county-wise, are conducting a yearly audit anyway that has, focuses really on the financial control systems to stop a lot of what you're talking about. Is that actually occurring? Are you doing a yearly audit for the county?
Thank you, Representative. Yes, Gunstock is required to have a yearly audit. But as I stated, a yearly audit doesn't delve into things. They're based on what is given to them, what they've requested and what has been given to them. And they don't look at the minutia.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You testified that specific political candidates had received contributions from Gunstock. Can you comment to which political candidates those were?
Thank you for the question. To the best of my knowledge, they were candidates for governor.
Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome. Do you know the cost of a forensic audit?
Thank you for the question. So a forensic audit can go anywhere from $5,000 to about $50,000. But if you averaged at the top end, that would be about $10,000 per year if you accrued that expense.
Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking my question. So how is the 3% number to go from 1.75 to 3%?
Thank you for that question. During the original bill, it was always intended to come back and revisit that amount. And originally, I thought about going to the 5% that we were originally going to do back when we first filed this method of payment. But I figured a modest increase of 1.25% was a better approach. And please note that there's, if they do well, the county does well. If they don't do well, the county, it's reliant on how well Gunstock does.
Thank you. Follow up.
Follow up, go ahead.
So is the Gunstock area meant to be a profit center for the county?
Thank you for the question, and that is the million-dollar question. It is a county-owned asset, beloved by, I'd say, everybody in the county. I mean, my kids and I both learned to snowboard there. Everyone enjoys it. It's beautiful, and we want to keep it that way. But you have to understand that it is the county taxpayers that are on the hook if Gunstock ever defaults on anything. So, yes, could it be a profit center? But we're also, so the county taxpayers should be the recipient of when they do well. And when they don't do well, we end up paying the bill.
Thank you.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. With regards to the profits of Gunstock, are you aware or do you know how the profits, if there have been any in the past years, how is that money used?
Some of it's reinvested back into the mountain. Obviously, they use it for operating expenses. The county does enjoy, this year we got over $300,000. But we've also given Gunstock over $1 million in opera funds for capital improvements. And we have given Gunstock a lot of dollars in the past for defaults. So I can't go into that, but I am sure that there are many folks behind me that will give you a better answer than I.
Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Regarding the second issue about meetings to be recorded, did you say that they currently are recording?
Thank you for the question. Yes, this current Board of Commissioners did put into a policy that they record the Gunstock meetings, but it is only a policy, which means they do not have to if they don't want to.
Thank you.
Representative Brecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. On the subject of your contribution to the county, I'm not sure that I understand why it's based on the gross operating, or the gross revenue, less donations and grants, rather than your quote, profit after expenses. Could you please explain why that, the rationale?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Well, the reason it went to that was because there was a lot of questions in the previous years with MOUs, Memorandum of Understandings, with what actual profit was. Did it include the depreciation, which is a non-cash item? Was it, how was it accounted for? Did we move things around to make it look like there was a less profit? I am not suggesting that that was done, but if you use depreciation and amortization and you deduct that from your profit, that is a non-cash item that would have a drastic effect on what is given to the county.
Follow up, please, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So if, let's say, for example, this year, you had to replace a ski lift, your profit would be wiped out, but you did have enough money to replace that ski lift. Would you then still owe the county the percentage?
Thank you for the question. So we have a formula here. Gunstock has been thriving for the past few years. But in previous years before that, they used to come to the county and ask for for better terms, a loan. And the county taxpayers or the delegation would grant that loan so that it would tide them over until they got into the winter season and started with their operating revenues again. But they're, like I said, they haven't done that for a while. But it is the county taxpayers, no matter how you slice this, that is responsible for the debts of Gunstock if they do not have the cash.
Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Over the last decade, let's say, approximately, has the gross revenue increased or decreased on average?
I would say, thank you for the question again. I would say under the leadership of Tom Day that it has increased.
Further questions? Seeing none, I have one representative. Looking at your bill, items number 2 and 3 on the bill, starting, 2 starting at line 10, 3 starting at 14. Are those new sections?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, they would be new sections.
Okay, because the way just for your information, the way the bill is drafted, it doesn't note that. You have the top part, which is amended, but it doesn't mention that the bottom 2 are actually new, just for your information.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to go down the list. We got many reps who are going to be testifying, so we'll go down the line here. Representative Bogert. Also, I'd remind everybody when they speak, start out by letting us know whether you're for or against. We know on the pink cards, the people in the audience may not know. Thank you, or the rest of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Lynn Turcott, on December 14th, 2023, the Belknap County delegation met. At this meeting, public input and delegation discussion was taken on HB 1414-FM. The summary of this was the delegation voted to recommend ITL for HB 1414-FM. The motion passed with a bipartisan vote of 11-4, 8 Republicans, 3 Democrats being for, and 4 Republicans being against. Public input from the public, with one person speaking, the chairman of the Gunstock Area Commission, which will be speaking in a few minutes, provided their thoughts on this bill. And his thoughts were, I'm going to make a synopsis, he can go into it in deeper terms, to increase the percentage payable to the Belknap County of 1.75% of gross revenues to 3% of gross revenues could put undue financial pressure on Gunstock Mountain Resort. This could impact employment, maintenance, and future projects. Secondly, as a forensic audit, the delegation already retains the right by vote to request a forensic audit. And lastly, the Gunstock Area Committee also records their meetings. So all aspects of this bill are currently taking place. And as the sponsor of the bill indicated, that even though they were policies instituted by the committee and that the committee could change it, well, we all sit here changing RSAs also. So as one cycle we can change an RSA, the next cycle we can change an RSA again. So, but we don't set up policies and stuff with the intent of knowing that we're going to change it. We do this with the goodness of knowing that we want to fulfill something that the general public finds is needed, in which case the Gunstock Committee itself indicated it was needed to, so that the Belknap County residents can view this on tape. So the delegation discussion, the delegation agreed that increasing the percentage payable to Belknap County from 1.75% of gross revenue. And I just want to make a comment with the gross revenues. Think about any company that you would say, I want to take 1.75% right off the top. Well, their own now, I want to take 3% right off the top. And think about, how would a company survive knowing right out of the gate, you've got to take 3% of gross before you buy any more equipment, before you buy or pay for your labor, your health care, or anything else. You're going to take this right off the top. So if that's not a crippling effect, I'm not quite sure what would be. Now, we also have, I don't think anybody from the county's here, The county also had a meeting, the Board of Commissioners, and they also voted in their meeting to ITL. So the county commission itself does not support this bill in any aspect whatsoever. The county delegation does not support this bill in any fashion. And I'm gonna let the commissioner is here for Gunstock, and I'll let him speak for himself. So the forensic audit itself, as we did have one, and it did show there was one adjustment that needed, and the letter was written, and that has been taken care of. That was the $5,000 checks that were written for whoever's campaign it was written to. And by the end of it all being done, it was an over a $50,000 investment for this audit to get $5,000 done. Now, to me, I'm not quite sure that's a good return on your investment as a county taxpayer, because the taxpayer was on the hook for all of this money. So as we keep trying to save our taxpayer by charging them more money for something that can be done by the delegation anyway. So with that, I'm done, and I'm open up for any questions.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I missed did you say that the donations, the improper donations that were made to the governor race, did you?
It was
cite-
not determined to be improper until after the Attorney General's office did the research and stuff. The verbiage that was in all of the documents that were available at that time left it unclear. That's why the yearly audits missed it, because it was unclear that they were actually doing something wrong. There was nothing facetious going on. There was nothing to where they were intentionally trying to take taxpayers' money and give it away to candidates and stuff. It was the way the paperwork was. The Attorney General's office made their determination. They sent the letter, and it's been corrected since then. Yes.
Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was an answer to a question I wasn't asking. I was trying to find out how much money had been donated.
This was to cover $5,000. That's all I was.
Thank you for verifying that. Thanks.
Excuse me, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. We heard previous testimony that the payments went on for a decade. So if it went on for 10 years, wouldn't that be $50,000?
I'm not aware of how much that is over the years, but it was not hidden to the fact.
Quick follow-up.
Go ahead.
Do you think it's appropriate for any taxpayer dollars to be going towards a candidate?
No, I do not, and that is why it's been rectified when this was brought to everybody's attention. It has been rectified.
Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In the letter testimony from the Gunstock Area Commission, they refer to an amount that was actually borrowed from the county as a revenue anticipation note. Do you know, I'm assuming, but do you know that revenue anticipation note was paid because it's in anticipation of getting the revenue, and a seasonal place is going to anticipate getting revenue at a
These
certain
notes
place?
have all been paid back.
Okay,
There
thank
was
you.
nothing held onto the taxpayers' coffers to do this. And then actually it was a bond. They covered a bond to give them through to the point where they can operate into this. And in the last several years, they have improved themselves so that they have not had to take out these anticipated revenue bonds.
Representative Fract again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Previous testimony, I believe, indicated that there were one or more defaults on money lent from the county. Can you elaborate on that for us?
I'm not aware of any defaults. I'm sure the committee chairman and Dom DeLay, who might be speaking also, would be able to answer that question.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony, Representative Bogert. Just for those in the audience, so you're aware, we go through the representatives first before we go to anybody else besides a rep. So up next, we have Representative McCarter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. I'm getting over a sinus infection, so I don't always sound like this. I sound kind of like a robot. I don't really have anything to contribute with regards to questions about the financial health or non-health about the Gunstock Mountain. What I can contribute is, for some reason, Gunstock is a political lightning rod. You are probably all very well aware of this. In my opinion, being a county-owned facility, like Gunstock is, it should be a revenue center, not a profit center. And I think that is a huge distinction that needs to be made. So I don't believe that the 3% that this bill states would come back to the county is a lot to ask, when my property taxes living in Belknap County are approaching $10,000 a year for a very modest home. And I'm not alone there. So I think the newspapers up there touting how successful and wonderful Gunstock is. It's a valuable resource for anyone to come to. It really is. It's a beautiful place. If it's there truly for the benefit of Belknap County, then the profits should be sent back to the residents of Belknap County. So thank you for your time.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, Representative Harvey Bollier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the Municipal Committee. My name is Representative Juliet Harvey Bollier. I represent Tolton and Samberton, for the record, in Belknap County. And I'm speaking against the bill, and I won't take up too much of your time because the main reason is we haven't had a chance or an opportunity to discuss this in our delegation meetings. So we have not debated this issue. We haven't discussed different percentages. And I'm not particularly opposed to changing the amount either. But I think it's probably the most prudent thing to do would be for us delegates to come together, discuss the changes, the pros, the cons, and how it should be dealt with over the long term, 10 years or so. You've got to weigh things like weather, years where Gunstock is going to have fewer profits. There's so many different variables that we really need to discuss. And that is how we came to, how the law is written today. And the amount, the percentage that is currently on the record. A number of years ago, Representative Dumais reminded us that we got together, that the delegation got together and really worked very hard to come up with the 1% that's in the law that's written as it is today. And it came about as quite a bit of hard work that the whole delegation was involved in. And I think, that is going to be the wisest way forward, is for us to decide as a delegation and then come to you folks in committee, unless, of course, you would like to see us back every single year with changes to this percentage going up and down. And that is my biggest argument against the bill as it is written today, is that it was not a product of the delegation as a whole. And I just wanted to also say that Representative Harry Bean, who's the chair, would like to be here. He asked me to tell you that he is opposed to the bill, and he has submitted written testimony to that effect. And other than that, thank you for your time, unless you have any questions.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I need some clarification. So in your testimony, you stated that the Belknap County delegation had not had the opportunity to discuss this bill and the issue here at hand. However, as a committee member, I have a letter that says that on December 14th, 2023, that the Belknap County delegation both discussed and voted on a recommendation with regards to this bill, and it was signed by the chair of the Belknap County delegation. So I'm just confused as to what actually took place. And in your statement, what did you mean by your statement?
Thank you very much for allowing me to clarify that. I believe I said it's not the 3%, for instance, the verbiage in the bill was not a product of a subcommittee or any sort of, it was never even on the agenda prior to the time that we voted. So we knew that the committee was going to hear we didn't have time to even talk about amendments. We simply took a vote because of the upcoming hearing. But in years past, according to Representative DeMay, who was there at the time, a couple terms back, he said that the whole delegation had worked on it, for instance, in a subcommittee, although I'm not sure if it was a subcommittee at the time, but I can get that information. And it sounded like several months to come up with the 1% that's in the law as it is now.
Representative Davis, did you still? Representative Gallagher?
So you mentioned that the delegation hadn't had a chance to give feedback on it. So I'm wondering, is that something the Belknap County delegation normally does about legislation? Because at least in my county delegation, the Merrimack County delegation, I can't remember ever having had a time where we've voted on legislation that was then to be considered by the rest of the House. We generally just stick to the budget stuff. So can you tell me what you mean there?
I'll do my best. I think the question is, have we ever discussed things before as a delegation as far as statutory law that's going to be heard? Is that the question?
Yeah, basically, is this normal would doing so be normal practice for your delegation?
Thank you for that. No, we have not, to be honest, excuse me, we haven't discussed anything, but there was a bill before your committee last year, I believe. It had to do with length of term for the sheriff's position. And I think one of the reasons, and I'm just guessing, one of the reasons it didn't pass is because we didn't have any kind of opinion from the county. The county didn't decide on this and then present it to Municipal. Now, that is just the scuttlebutt I heard about that. But I think personally, I think it's a good practice, and I'm hoping that moving forward with our county delegation, if we have such legislation going forward, that we all get the opportunity to address it and put it on the agenda at least, and discuss it. It would be nice to have a vote before we go and present it to the municipal committee and take up your valuable time. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Cahill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I was just looking for some clarification on Representative Powers' question. I was going to ask the same question. We just heard testimony from the previous gentleman that you guys met and voted on it as a delegation to decide whether or not this should go forward. And I guess my question is, what did you vote on? Did you look at the whole bill when you made that vote?
Thank you for the question, Representative Cahill. We didn't really debate, I mean, to my recollection, we did not debate the merits of the bill. The language was passed out. And yes, we did discuss the procedure for the vote, what it meant. We didn't discuss it in depth, but it was, obviously it's presented and we voted on it, but it was rather quick because, as I said before, we knew that it was coming before the committee and it would be wisest to make a recommendation to present to your committee. But no, we've never had it on an agenda formally in our delegation, and we certainly didn't debate on what sort of percentage would be appropriate. What are some of the long-term impacts? Are we going to make this change every year seasonally? Or are we going to, is Gunstock going to have a bad year and then we're going to have a new percentage to bring before the committee? Is it going to go like that every few years we change? So we didn't, it was pretty cursory, I have to say. I hope that answers your question.
Representative Yokella?
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Prior to the legislation being submitted, are you aware of any subcommittee or any work by the committee since the passage of the original 1.75% to consider updating that based on additional information, or are you essentially waiting for the state to decide, make movement on that before you take any action? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Yokella. I'm not aware of. First, I didn't even see, because the bill was the verbiage of the bill wasn't available for quite a while. It was. We knew that there was a bill to do with an LSR to do with Gunstock, but we couldn't actually read it. So we got that fairly late in the game, and I am not aware of anything. I'm only aware that a couple terms back, Representative Dumais said that they, as a delegation, worked on it at length, perhaps over a number of months, to come up with the 1.75%. And then since then, it's never been raised in delegation, like, let's change it. It was never on the agenda at all or discussed in any way that I have any recollection of. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I have one, Representative. Twice you mentioned the 1% that's currently in the law. What figure were you referring to?
I think it's 1.75% is crossed out. The current
Understood. Twice I heard you say 1% though, so I was just
Yeah.
making sure there was some not another number you were referring to. So you were referring to 1.75%.
I was, yes. I'm
thank you.
sorry.
Further questions?
Hasty.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Representative Ploget.
Thank you, Chair, and the committee. I am, for the record, Representative Tom Ploget from Belknap 1, representing the constituents of my towns of Center Harbor and New Hampton. I'm here to speak On the forensic audit of this bill, I'm in support of it. I've been elected. Why do we get elected? I went around, told my experience. I have life experience. Part of it I just want to share with you real quick. coming from Connecticut until I retired in 2008 to New Hampshire, I've been involved with the first responder triad, with the fire, mostly with the ambulance, working with fire and the town and the police. So what I'm going to share with you today is since I left in 2011, 2 people have been charged and convicted with felonies of embezzlement. One person working with him as he was an instructor. This is all public record. Plymouth, Connecticut, as a EMT instructor. He became the town, Plymouth, Connecticut, financial director. He embezzled $800,000 in 3 years. Yes, it was caught. The thing, and once again, the second gentleman was with the fire department, volunteer fire of the town. He only embezzled $80,000. He was convicted also. As we know, I'm assuming things happened that we don't know why. Without a forensic audit, we would not find out why. We have audits if the delegation wishes to call one, and they did call one, and there was a big uproar. Personalities, politics, everything got involved. By putting in statute eliminates all of that. It's there. It's an arbitrary year they pick. And going forward, the delegation still can call an audit. If it needs it to be within the 5 years, something else happens. But I've seen the politics. I've seen the personal attacks from both sides on calling an audit. You bring in people you elected, appointed to it. And basically, that's the whole gist. From life experience, and once again, the gun stock area, you probably heard, the expenditures are equivalent or real close to the whole county's expenditure. It's not a little bit of money that's handled. Right now, there's no treasurer. And I'm not even going to say who does the books. I'm not sure. My point is my life experience. We don't think it's going to happen in New Hampshire. I didn't think it was going to happen in my small town of Plymouth by people I actually knew. Why do we need to put it on the delegation to go through this whole political charade with the public and everything if there is another audit someone thinks needed? Once again, to summarize, in statute, it will be there. It doesn't have to be 5 years. That's could be amended in my part, just so the people who are handling the money knows that somewhere there's a mechanism that's going to pull up a year within those 5 years and take a look at the books. And that's about my end of it, and I'm willing to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions, Representative Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is with regards to this required mandated forensic audit. Are you aware of any other areas of our New Hampshire statute that requires a similar forensic audit? And the second part of that is just confirm that the commission, Gunstock Commission, is going to pay for this audit if this were to become law?
If I understand it right, I don't have the RSA in front of me, but the county delegation has a statute to call for audits. And the second part, I believe, is I think the audit is by, is going to be by statute, and the auditor would pick a year once they are chosen.
Do you have a follow-up, Representative?
Thank you, Representative. I'll restate my question, and I'll just keep it to one. So I'm curious to know and to understand. Do you know if there's any other areas? I'll withdraw my question.
May I?
Representative Majori?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And just so I'm clear and want to see if you understand it the same way, the audit can go back to 2016, correct? Because it says, in order to be clear, that it shall start in the year 2021 and include any 5-year period previously. And therefore, if I read the plain language, a forensic audit of a random year in the preceding 5 years, and the first year is 2021, then it can go back to 2016. What's 21 minus 5? Hold on, wait a minute, carry the 4.
Yeah, yes. And yes, to your question, yes, it could go back 5 years, but that's how it's introduced. I leave it up, it's in your hands. If it needs to be changed to eliminate the past and start fresh, if that's how the committee wishes to go, I don't see anything wrong. But yes, 1 year within those 6, yes, it could go back to something that has been addressed already. And this committee does have the experience to decide which way it should go, when it should start.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative, for your testimony.
And thank you.
Next up, we have Tom Day. If he wants to, what was his name? He may speak before you, but in order of what I had here, the next person up will be the Honorable Mike Sylvia. And then I'll have him speak, yes. And he can go before you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Sylvia. I'm from the town of Belmont, representing myself. I am former representative for 5 terms and former chairman of the Belknap County delegation. We're here today because there was a problem a couple of years ago in the summer of 22. That's when things came to a boil. And one of the gentlemen that's going to speak to you next, and you can have some questions for him. Contrary to his contract, walked out of his job as the CEO, president of Gunstock Mountain Resort. With him, coincidentally, 3 key members of management walked out also. In my mind, this comes to the level of sabotage. Gunstock was shut down because of the walkout of these people. And it threw everybody into a crisis, and they all had to do something. We had to have Gunstock open. We know the way that things went because shortly after this walkout, the man in the corner office said, hey, those folks can have a job with the state of New Hampshire. We'll put them in parks and recreations, whatever we got to do. Those good people deserve jobs. What he should have been doing is talking to his attorney general. That didn't happen. That's why we're here. And that's why we need forensic audits. Because as you know now, $1,500 was given to the man in the corner office in 2 separate checks over 2 different years. And this was a mistake by the CEO because prior to him writing directly a check to the campaign of a gubernatorial candidate, they used a different system, much more popular system. It's called lobbying and lobbyists. And usually, in the past, money was filtered through Ski, New Hampshire. Perhaps the lobbyist who is here today, sitting next to the former CEO, the soon-to-be former CEO, thank God he's retiring. Those donations were made to the lobbying firm that represents the ski industry for New Hampshire. I'm sure they don't say where those monies are going to go, anything like that. So that's why we're here. I said I'd take 2 minutes. I'm probably about there. So if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Representative Gallagher.
So in 2022, the whole gun stock issue was a pretty major issue in the legislative elections that year. Do you think it would be fair to interpret the results of the 2022 election as a referendum of voters' opinions on the gun stock matter?
Well, I don't know how much you know about the media industry, and who knows, in a forensic audit, the Laconia Daily Sun's payments for advertising might be looked at. But there was a campaign which had started previously in previous October, November with Citizens for Gunstock, which then morphed into Citizens for Belknap. There was a big lobbying push on, a lot of money spent, and probably in the order of $50,000 to select certain candidates to win and replace. And naturally, I was top target because certain people don't like me because I like the truth.
Further questions? Seeing none, I have one honorable, Mr. Honorable. You mentioned 2022 that Gunstock was shut down. Did Gunstock end up having a losing money year? Did they, or if you can't answer it, that's fine.
I believe they made money actually. The shutdown happened just before Soul Fest, which they were trying to get rid of in the first place. And of course, it's a summer event, so they managed to get rid of the unwanted gunstock commissioners, replaced them with a favorable body, and proceeded on and did a fine time. As far as the profitability of gunstock, let's always remember that back in 2000, they essentially went underwater and dumped $6 million of debt onto the county taxpayers. So that was a big hit and hardly a profit center.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
Now, Mr. Lambert, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Doug Lambert, and I'm the current chair of the Gunstock Area Commission, the 5-member board appointed by the Belknap County delegation, with the statutory responsibility of managing Gunstock Mountain Resort. The commission stands in unanimous opposition to the passage of House Bill 1414-FN and urges this committee to issue a recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. In a typical situation, the basis for most legislation is that it should be formed with the intention of fixing a problem or responding to the needs and wishes of a majority of the public being represented. The proposed bill before you does neither. It seeks to fix a problem that does not exist and is in no way serving any measurable numbers of the Belknap County citizens. This bill contains 3 components that seeks to modify the current law that directs the operation and maintenance of the Gunstock area. This was last revised in 2020 and became effective September of that year in the form of House Bill 1442. Since that time, it has proven itself to be a sound piece of legislation that maintains a just balance between allowing the area to build and maintain self-sustainability while providing a payback to Belknap County. In that 2020 legislation, it provided that 1.75% of yearly gross operating income shall be turned over to the Belknap County Treasurer within 45 days of the receipt and approval of the annual audit. In the most recent fiscal cycle, this amounted to just over $352,000 delivered to Belknap County. Prior to September 2020, rather than delivering money to the county, Gunstock was borrowing money underwritten by Belknap County to facilitate the revenue anticipation note, or RAN as was referred to earlier. It is the opinion of the Gunstock Area Commission that the current percentage amount strikes a fair balance between providing a monetary benefit to the citizens and taxpayers of Belknap County, while allowing the Gunstock area to cover all expenses and plan for the ongoing current and future needs while remaining on the charted course of self-sufficiency. The first component of the proposed legislation before you seeks to change the percent to 3%, nearly double. To make a change at this time when many of the past financial stresses and difficulties have been identified and corrected could begin to remove important operational and future investment capital and could start a process to chip away and put at risk what has been achieved since 2020. Gunstock's financial benefit to Belknap County is very significant in areas such as local employment, services provided by local businesses and contractors, and of course, the substantial tourism draw across the seasons. This requires continued investment, maintenance, and an ability to attract staff in a competitive labor market. To tamper with this valuable county asset could result in ramifications far greater than the actual dollars that might show on the treasurer's ledger book. The second component of this bill seeks to require the video recording of all Gunstock area meetings. The commission is already governed by the relevant laws of the state of New Hampshire as they pertain to public bodies. All of its business is conducted in full compliance with the Right to Know Law, RSA 91A. Currently, through policy, our meetings are in fact being recorded and made available to the public on a voluntary basis. To put such a requirement into law that goes above and beyond that which is required of all other public bodies in the state of New Hampshire does not seem to be a necessary step. The third component of this bill, which I'd like to speak to, is the mandated financial forensic audit within the 5-year periods. This aspect of the bill before you for consideration is redundant when one reads and applies the words of the existing governing law as modified back in 2022. Quote, all financial transactions of the commission shall be audited annually and at such other times and in such manner as the county convention may determine. There is simply no need for the mandated forensic audit. All records and financial information is available under current 91A law. If such evidence is discovered that could call for further scrutiny provided by an audit of this nature, the county convention can examine it and call for one if they determine to do so. I would further add, in answer to a question earlier, approximately 15 years ago, the county administrator was caught embezzling money from Belknap County. I attended the trial and watched her walked away in handcuffs. She was convicted. I'm not aware, and I could be mistaken, but I don't believe that Belknap County subjects itself to a forensic audit. Now, you would think that if there ever was a situation that perhaps might call for it, there was it. And I'll further add that I'm a member of the commission, a 5-member commission that is appointed by the county delegation. Now, at what point are we going to say that we can't trust any member of government, any person in a public body? I took an oath, as did my fellow commissioners. And when the current commission began operation, we looked deeply. We took into consideration the concerns of the other reps that spoke here prior. And we did a deep dive. We actually conducted a, if you will, forensic audit of our own of this 2021 budget. And we spent many hours going through check by check and went down every issue that Representative Comtois had brought to the audit firm in the course of their traditional audit. Now, I guess perhaps if we're not going to trust the Gun Stock Commission, who are duly appointed, we're members of the government here in the state of New Hampshire, if we can't trust us and we can't trust the county delegation that oversees us and have to put into law some additional requirements, where do we stop? Do we stop there? Do we go to the general court, the Senate? Where does it end? This entire bill just, again, I'll close and say that it seeks to fix a problem that does not exist. And it seeks to add extraordinary costs above and beyond what we've already been doing. And by the way, it rained for the entire week of Christmas. We lost the Saturday of Martin Luther King weekend. Revenue thus far this year is almost $1 million behind last year. We are very weather driven, and we can go from one year to the next, from having a very successful year to having a very difficult year. And the monies that we may save in our profits will help to carry us through so that we don't have to come back to Belknap County taxpayers ever again and ask them to foot the bill. It's a much better experience to go there once a year and hand over a nice check, but we don't want to jeopardize all that has been achieved in the last 4 years. And I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We've got 2 more pink cards up here. I'll say the names just in case anybody else was thinking of speaking. Tom Day, you're up next, and then I have one more, Brendan Flaherty.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening to my testimony. My name's Tom Day. I'm the president and general manager of Gunstock Mountain Resort. I've been in the ski industry for 40 years, and I've been at Gunstock for 4. The ski business is totally weather related, and the operating costs are based on that. We're constantly adjusting the operating plans to basically deal with the weather problems that we have. We're in business for 13 weeks. Really, we have 13 weeks to make money. And as Commissioner Lambert mentioned, during this past Christmas week, it rained pretty much every day. And we did end up with the Martin Luther King hit, we ended up $1 million behind what our normal budgeted revenues were. So it's and that's unrecoverable. You can't add 10 more days to a month. You can't add another holiday. When it's gone by, it's gone by. The Gunstock Commission, as we've talked about quite a bit, so I won't go too much into it, pays 1.7. The Gunstock pays 1.75 of gross revenue to the commission. In the past 3 years, we've paid over $675,000 of that thing to that. The but the positive impact of Gunstock in the community is important, and we've heard a lot about how well Gunstock does and what it does. I think once again, it's important to recognize that since 2020, we have not borrowed a revenue anticipation note, and that's I took over in 2020. And I couldn't figure out why we needed to borrow $1 million to keep our business running. So in 2019, our revenue was $12 million, and in 2023, our revenue was $20 million. In 4 years, we've done $12 million worth of improvements to the resort and didn't borrow a dime. Just last summer alone, we did $6 million of improvements. The thought of even having to go to ask for a revenue anticipation note is alien to me. But we can get into that situation if we have a bad winter like this, but we don't want to have to do that again. The forensic audits, you've heard about it. You've heard about the numbers and the costs of the forensic audit. I'm not that familiar with it. I can tell you that I know forensic audits basically look at every check, and we generate between 3,000 and 4,000 checks in a year. So that would be a fairly expensive process, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about that prior to this hearing today, and we are very successful. I think something else is important to recognize too is we have $5.2 million worth of payroll. 62% of those people live in Belknap County. We are a main driver for the revenue in the town, and if we don't have a good season, they don't have a good season either. And I've talked to plenty of the local businesses, and they're suffering just like we're suffering this year. So I'd like to correct a couple of things too. Is that the contribution was $1,500, not $5,000. That was made to the 2020 and 2022 election, and let's see. So I think that's really all that I have to say. Doug did mention that there way before my time, there was a default on, I thought it was in 2010, but apparently it might have been 2000. There has been no default since we've been involved. It's been nothing but an upward trajectory. We've really tried to improve the experience of the guests there and try to create a better environment for a gem of an area that is Gunstock Mountain Resort. And I'm proud to have been involved in it for the past 4 years. If there's any questions, please feel free to ask me. I appreciate your time.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for giving your testimony here. You said you guys are open for 13 weeks, but I heard mention of a Soul Fest. Do you guys make revenue in other ways other than the ski season?
85% of your revenue comes in the ski season. 15% of your revenue comes in the summer months.
Quick follow-up.
Go ahead.
Are you still doing Soul Fest and things like that, like to generate revenue?
No, we, contrary to the way that it was stated prior to testimony with me, we are not doing Soul Fest because Soul Fest did not make money. In fact, it cost us money. And we didn't, when I got there, I didn't know that because the year I got there, COVID hit, so we didn't have it that summer. We watched it the following year and realized it did not make us money.
Representative O'Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. It seemed from your testimony that there was multiple, I think on the order of $5,000 to $6,000 or $1 million of improvements in the current or the prior year, and additional improvements in the year before. Can you speak a little bit to why you believe that $300,000 of additional revenue getting transferred to Belknap would essentially threaten the existence of that in relation to these massive improvements that you're able to do based on the revenue?
Yep, because we, as you can see from this year, our revenues are not constant. We've been with this, the weather has been with us, and constantly it's been well, but we're going to be under the weather this year with that stuff. So that's something that we think is going to be, it could be a problem for us going down the road. Is it going to be, if we do better, does it go up another 1.75%? So we just feel that it's, from what we have for operating revenues, it would be a problem.
Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. Does Gunstock have a long-range plan, contingency plan based on bad weather in the future?
Well, we do have, we're cash positive, so we can handle having, a bad season so that we don't have to go back and borrow a revenue anticipation note, or we don't have to worry about having to do anything with the county. So we are cash positive that we can handle bad seasons.
Follow up, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman? Thank you. I'm talking more about converting to a summer resort type of activity, destination. If we run out of snow, what happens to
Actually,
Gunstock?
Representative, that's not really pertains to this bill, so I'm going to ask that you avoid answering that question. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, I have just one, sir. You mentioned $5.2 million annual payroll. 60% of that is Belknap County. Of that 5.2 million, what percentage of that is full-time year-round employment?
80 people is in the winter, we have 700 employees part-time, but 80 of that is full-time year-round, benefited, insured.
So it was 80 full-time year-round, and how many you said in the winter?
In the winter, we go up to as high as 700.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I have one more pink card, as I said, Brendan Flaherty.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Brendan Flaherty, and I'm here today on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Counties. The counties are opposed to House Bill 1414. The bill unnecessarily eats into the mountain's profits, and that inflicts unnecessary harm on the resort. It's the county's position, that the remaining profits that aren't sent to Belknap County should be reinvested into the resort in order to keep that asset around. That's all I got, so thank you.
That's it?
Yeah.
Very good. I like it. Representative Yocum.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. You're representing the counties. Did any other counties did Rockingham County actually weigh in on?
I'm gonna have to take that back to the county administrators for follow up because I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Cahill.
I don't know if you have the answer to this question, but we heard testimony about a $6 billion debt that got passed on to Belknap County. Do we know if that debt was paid?
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that, so I'll have the county administrators follow up.
Okay, seeing no more questions, comments? Okay.
All right, thank you.
With that was the last pink. Oh. Need to get that up here sooner, Senator.
I had to introduce a bill downstairs.
All right, we're all set.
Thank you for your testimony. Of course. All right, now we have the last pink card.
Last speaker, and I'll be super brief.
Senator Lang.
So I'm Senator Tim Lang. I serve Senate District 2, which is the Lakes region north. And before being a senator, I was a 3-term state representative on the Belknap County delegation. Just to put this in perspective a little bit, I oppose the bill. And the reason I oppose the bill is because we've just recently changed this law. This law was put into effect in 1959, and we changed it 2 years ago to increase the percentage. It used to be that the county commissioners gave us, I think it was about $175,000 a year. The law was changed, and that number went up, as you heard last, it was $352,000. The same point when I was on the county delegation, we were encouraging the Gunstock area commissioners to start creating cash reserves to weather bad weather, no pun intended, but to deal with shortcomings in revenue and to deal with not having to request a revenue anticipation note, which does put taxpayers on the hook if they should fail. I think, Senator, Representative, you had a question about whether the debt was paid off? Yes, the debt was paid off. I oppose it because, again, we've just recently made a change to this law. We need to have the law in place for a while to give the Gunstock area commissioners time to develop the cash reserves and understand it's not going to constantly moving the goalposts on them while we do this. I think it's also in Section 2 with the 91A addition requirement seems outrageous considering they're already governed by 91A and like every other board in the state. And the last part, that last piece about the forensic audit, the county delegation who maintains the oversight of this already has the right to ask for an audit. So again, I think it's an unneeded piece of law, and I just encourage you to vote ITL.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. One quick question. You talked about the cash reserves. Do you know what that is? They've talked about a lot of capital improvements, which we know areas like that have to do, but what types of things would you have for cash reserves or the amount?
Thank you. Again, I won't answer. I don't know their forensic, their accounting sides unless their accountant was here. I'd let them answer it, but I don't know the answer. I do know that we've asked them to put cash reserves aside so that they, in the event of a bad season, we're not going for a revenue anticipation note, not knowing what the next season is going to look like and potentially putting taxpayers on the hook. So we've asked them to start creating savings account like any good business does to deal with potential downturns in the market and be able to maintain through that.
Seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony, Senator. Okay, I have no more pink cards on the blue sheet. We had one sign in favor, and I show 3 against. And with that, we will close the public hearing on HB 1414. And as soon as the clerk is ready, we will move on to the next one. Okay, with that, we are going to go ahead and open up the next and final hearing of the day, HB 1362, relative to authorizing municipalities to stabilize rent increases in rental housing. Representative Reed, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, which is Newmarket and Newfields. And I will say, and this is completely on me, that I had a scheduling kerfuffle where I put the hearing date correct, but not the month in my calendar for this hearing. And whilst I am clearly here, I called off of work. Unfortunately, the person who is the housing law expert of the state who wrote this bill could not come in last minute because he was counting on me to give him the heads up. So if the chair is gracious enough to consider having me introduce and continuing so that the expert can speak to you all, his name is Elliot Berry, I would be very grateful, but of course it is your discretion, and I will happily introduce this. So you know, housing is our top crisis in this state. New Hampshire Business Review just ranked us the second worst state for millennials, primarily because of the housing situation. And of course, you know, the graying of New Hampshire is something that we have all heard repeatedly, but the graying of New Hampshire is one and the same with the housing crisis. The only reason really, the predominant reason certainly, that we can't attract and keep young people is because they can't buy a home here and they can't even find affordable housing. New Hampshire is rated the 4th worst state in the country for housing. 75% of New Hampshire citizens consider the housing crisis very serious. If you are making, so we talk about minimum wage a lot. As you know, it's $7.25 in the state. Forget $7.25. If you're making double that at $15 an hour, it would take you 3 weeks to pay for an average apartment. So the rule of thumb is it should be about 1 week, about 25-30% of your income should go to housing, but it would take you 75% of your income to afford a home. Now, if you consider somebody maybe working at minimum wage, it would take them 100% of their income if they are working 62 hours a week and they don't pay taxes somehow, which of course they would. I didn't care to calculate the taxes on that. Last year, 94 homeless individuals died in this state. For context, the third leading cause of death in this state is car accidents, which took 127, so not that much more. So it is a very, very serious crisis, and I really want you all to try to hold on to that as we go through this bill and the details of the bill. So the bill before you is enabling only, and the New Hampshire Municipal Association is in favor of this bill. I understand that lobbyist is currently in a meeting but intends to come here and testify. I think usually he gets called last. And I want to talk about what this bill covers. So it's rent stabilization. It does not cover non-restricted units. It does not cover manufactured housing. It doesn't cover ADUs or federally subsidized housing. And it doesn't cover housing less than 15 years old if it's built after if a town enables the rent stabilization. So I just want you to realize it's only your basic restricted housing. And the reason this enabling is needed is because these towns are in an emergency situation to provide housing. They have to do something. This would be an emergency measure that a town would implement. And they would implement it only as an emergency because their inherent motive is to keep values high. And if they implement something like this, they do run the potential risk of suppressing values in their town. But as we know right now, it's quite the opposite. And towns also have the need to provide workforce housing in their town. So this is a tool, if they so choose to use it, to help balance those market forces. Because in the current situation, essentially what we have, and I've testified to this fact in the past, is a de facto price fixing situation because you don't have a free market when you have a situation where people are forced to buy something, like with housing. You have no choice. So with free market, the idea is that the supply side and the demand side are both free to interact and walk away if necessary. But when you're forcing someone to buy something because they have no choice in order to live, you are tying the hands of one side of that equation. And when you're doing that, it's no longer a free market. And what that means is that landlords have no reason to compete with each other. They all benefit from all raising the prices because you're going to pay it anyway. So what this does, and I want to be clear, this is rent stabilization. So it allows towns to limit the rental increases on units in their town, but not below 5%, first of all. So I know that last year I had a bill that enabled a number of things. Among them would be what you would call rent control. What that is allowing a town to say a certain number, like you can't rent this unit for more than $800. That's not what this says. What this says, you may be renting it for $4,000 right now, and the town would be able to say, okay, you can't raise it more than 5% next year. And that's the worst. Like that's the lowest they would be able to restrict that. It also, very importantly, and I do want you to pay attention to this, allows for a fair return on investment for landlords. So if that 5% or whatever level a town restricts the increase at is not enough for the landlord to recoup reasonable and necessary costs, and specifically this will be paragraph 3 on the second page. So that includes property taxes, owner paid utilities, maintenance and repairs, and other reasonable and necessary operating costs. If a owner has those increases, the owner would be exempt from that restricted amount. It also, for any town that implements a rent stabilization ordinance, would have that town establish a board to exempt such landlords. So they'd have to have a board to hear the landlords and have that evidence brought to them. And it also enables towns to have or require 120 days notice of rent increases or the removal of the property from the market. Right now, very frequently, people are experiencing 30-day, effectively, the bare minimum is 30-day notice. And so if there's like a change in ownership or whatever, the next thing they know is there's a huge increase in rent, and they're basically out on their ear. And they have a month or less to adjust. Every ordinance that is adopted pursuant to this RSA would expire automatically in 5 years. And I also would welcome any landlords that might be in opposition to discuss potential compromise with me, but we have to do something to address it. I think it's very, very, very clear that doing what we've been doing is leading to dire consequences in this state. It's leading to the fact that people cannot live in this state. And so I don't think, especially in a bill that protects landlord profit, protects their reasonable return on investment, and deals with that crisis, I don't think that saying that that's like not fair is reasonable. I'm happy to engage with the interested parties and see what wording works for people, but we have to do something. And with that, I basically covered my main points, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Brown?
Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So on line 19 of the bill, it talks about minimum constitutionally protected standards. Can you explain that to me or elaborate on it for me? Thank you.
Line 19 of the first page?
Yes.
We're defining fair return on investment, and as I understand it, and again, this is why I've asked, and I feel so disrespectful not being able to see you across the speaker. It's why I've asked for a continuance to allow like I said, the leading expert who's actually taken this very issue to the Supreme Court in New Hampshire. So he very intimately understands what the constitutionality is of making sure that landlords are, my understanding from him is that landlords and other business owners have a constitutionally protected right to have a fair return on their investment from government. So like government can't impede upon you from having a fair return on investment. And so that is why he has included that. And but he would be able to speak more as an expert to that if he were able to.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Majori?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very quick. Thank you for taking my question. In Roman 2, the first sentence says the governing body create an ordinance. The second sentence says ordinance or regulation. I'm nitpicking, but an ordinance is binding, a regulation is more like a policy. What would your preference be? That it be an ordinance, or that it can be, as I'm going to say loose, but I hope you understand that word, as a regulation?
Not being the expert and lawyer that wrote this, I would say ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Fract?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You define this as the ability of a town to act in an emergency situation, if I understood you correctly.
As we currently are. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And how are you defining an emergency situation, and on a town level, who would make that determination, and what would the criteria be?
The determination for what an emergency situation is. So it would be, for example, perhaps it is as broad as not being able to meet workforce housing, which is required of them legally. But it may be as narrow as deaths from homelessness, like I just said. So, yeah, we're in a crisis. The crisis may vary town to town, which is why this enabling legislation, which does nothing on its own, is good. But the who would determine that would be the same bodies that would put the ordinance in. So that would be your select board or your town council, city council.
Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me who is this expert?
Oh, Elliot Berry. I thought I mentioned his name. I'm sorry if I didn't. He's the former recently retired director of NHLA.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, can I have a quick follow-up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And the lines that others have mentioned on page 1, the 18 and 19, talking about the constitutionally protected standards, what are the proofs that somebody has to give to prove that their return on investment fits this?
So it would be the cost that including the costs that I read from paragraph 3 on the second page. So essentially, presuming right now that landlords are setting the rent at a rate that gives them, being free of any other restrictions, landlords are setting the rate at what they want. So right now, we're presuming in the current situation, they're getting a fair return on investment. Now, something could happen. The roof could collapse. They might need to repair something. The property taxes could go up. The utilities that they pay could go up. Whatever could happen. And then they come in with those receipts.
Thank you.
Representative Guthrie. Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. How would this bill help the crisis of the housing crisis, which is a issue of not enough housing?
So the housing crisis is ultimately an issue of not affordable housing, and one of those major factors that is contributing to that is not enough housing. So because we have a lack of, and I should say we have a lack of units on the market, we don't have an actual lack of actual roofs. We actually have, I believe the number that I last looked up, and this is maybe 2 years old, 72 empty homes for every homeless person, not family, person in this state. So we don't actually have a lack of roofs or a lack of houses. Most of those are vacation homes that are sitting empty and they're not on the market. We do have about 60,000, I think, units, too few on the market, and that is in part what's contributing to that increase that is causing it to be unaffordable, especially for the young families that the state really wants to attract. So that's, first of all, that's the actual crisis. How this helps is that right now we're seeing an exponential boom in the rental levels. My town alone last year experienced, it was one particular owner who came in and bought about 60% of all of the multifamily units in the town. He recently listed them all as a package for sale, but he, upon taking ownership, increased the rent for those units for people who are not yet out of their, or who were out of their lease and were going month to month, 250%. So within 1 month, people who were paying $700, $800 were now having to pay something like $2,700. And obviously that's just not affordable. These were the people who worked as 3 postal workers actually were impacted for our town. People who worked at our local restaurants. These people were driven out. Most of them left. They were driven out of our town. So that is what the housing crisis looks like. And what this does, and let me be extremely clear, this does not reduce the rental level currently set right now. What this does is simply allow towns to prevent the continuance of this ridiculous 200, 300% rental increases.
A quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Quickly,
Just
please.
a quick
Thank you.
question. Is that property you were talking about empty?
No, I don't think that they're empty. They've attracted people who don't work in our town, are not the postal workers, are not the sandwich makers, are not the people who work at the gas station, the retired veterans. They've attracted people, I think, largely from Massachusetts, who work from home and get paid quite well.
Representative Savis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. First of all, I apologize because maybe I'm not reading correctly versus what I heard you say. So point out where I'm wrong, please. You said that ADUs were exempt from this?
Yes, well, specifically, accessory structure unit as defined in 67471. I guess we
just
could bring
tell
up
me-
67471.
Could
But
you
my
just tell me
understanding.
in the bill where the exemption language is?
Oh, page 2, number 5, that's line, also happens to be line 5. All the exemptions start on page 1, starting with 29. Covered property, which is covered by this section, means all residential rental structures except, and then there's a numbered list.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Gallagher?
So kind of to follow up on Representative Guthrie's question. So yeah, it's often said that rent control or rent stabilization will have a negative impact on supply, but we've also got other bills in the work that are more meant to address the supply side of things. So if those both passed, do you think that would be enough to cover it? And would you maybe be open to combining rent control / stabilization legislation with some of the more pro-supply things in the future?
Thank you for the question. I was very brief when I mentioned the exemption, but this specifically does not cover things that are built after a rent stabilization, and it is stabilization. It's not rent control. That was last year. This specifically exempts new structures that are built after a rent stabilization ordinance is passed for 15 years. So it does not have a cooling effect on building. Having said that, towns are kind of stuck because they have to supply workforce housing, and they are famously, as you all know, against anything like the measures we've seen that increase density. So how do you do this? If you don't want to loosen up zoning ordinances to allow for more density, but you have to meet workforce housing, this allows them to start doing that. Again, it doesn't reduce any rents, but it prevents this increasing expansion of rental amounts that we're experiencing. And it allows them to do that without cooling new building structures. So, or new building of new structures for 15 years.
Oh, oops, I didn't realize my, yeah, thanks.
Representative LaSalle.
Thank you for taking my question. So this is enabling legislation, correct? So we could have two towns sitting right beside each other. One adopts the law, the other does not. A developer comes in and he's wanting to locate some apartment houses. Which one is he going to choose?
So this is a factor that a town council or select board would have to take into consideration before passing this. But my point is that it's laboratories of democracy. Every town has to decide what's right for them. This is enabling only. It doesn't do anything on its own. If this is going to impact negatively impact that town, then the select board or town council would likely not pass it. But if they weigh everything and go, the benefits outweigh the costs, the negatives, the potential scaring off somebody who, again, they would be exempt for 15 years anyway. But let's say they're worried about building because in the 16th year, they wouldn't be able to continue increasing, potentially continue increasing. Then that's something that town council has to weigh. And if they decide that that's too costly for them, then they won't do it. But again, every single ordinance passed pursuant to this expires automatically in 5 years.
Seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next up, Drew Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for this opportunity to speak.
My name is Drew Klein. I'm president of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy, which is New Hampshire's free market think tank. And I would say that we're here in response to this bill really to just issue a warning based on the effects of what will inevitably happen if this bill passes. The language in the bill is allowable rent increase. You can call it stabilization all you want, but that is a price cap, and that is rent control. And there's really only a handful of issues that really bring together economists of the left and the right, and rent control is one of them. There's almost universal agreement of the devastating effect that rent control has. It universally is recognized as reducing both the quality and the quantity of available rental housing. And to show you how ideologically broad this consensus is, one of my favorite, probably my favorite Paul Krugman column, the left-wing economist in the New York Times, was one he wrote in 2000, where he was responding to a story the New York Times had on the really dire situation that San Francisco was dealing with in housing, where San Francisco renters, the New York Times headline called them supplicants to the landlords. That's how bad the problem had gotten, where landlords were requiring renters to dress nice, interview, show them all kinds of resumes, not just dealing with an economic issue here, but the landlords had such power over the renters. And Krugman wrote that he could tell just by reading the story, even though it didn't mention rent control, that San Francisco had a rent control policy. And sure enough, he looked it up and found that San Francisco had a rent control policy. And he wrote that that's what happens when you have rent control. And just a quote from his column, the analysis of rent control is among the best understood in all of economics and among economists anyway, and one of the least controversial. Almost every freshman level textbook contains a case study on rent control using its known adverse side effects to illustrate the principles of supply and demand. That's from Paul Krugman. Just to give you a really quick example of some of the recent research on rent control, St. Paul, Minnesota passed a rent control ordinance in 2021. A University of Southern California study in 2022 found that rent control caused property values to fall by 6 to 7%. That's a $1.6 billion loss in property value in a year. A 2018 study of rent control back to San Francisco found that it reduced the supply of rental housing by 15% and raised rents by 5%. Well, how did it raise rents by 5%? Well, not every unit is controlled by the rent control ordinance, as would be the case here. When you put a price cap on some units, you will inevitably raise the rent of the other units. Everyone is going to be worse off. Cambridge, Massachusetts famously had rent control for 24 years. When that policy was lifted in 1994, economists studied what happened afterwards. Lifting rent control in Cambridge, Mass. More than doubled the direct dollar investments in new apartment construction in Cambridge, Mass. That is astonishing. I won't read the rest here. I've submitted this written testimony. What happens when you have rent control, even if you do it in the way this bill does, which is try to limit it, try to keep the ordinance short, try to exempt new apartments, inevitably what happens is you reduce the value of rental properties. You reduce the value of all rental properties, not just the ones that are covered by this ordinance. This ordinance, you would enable municipalities to have a 5-year ordinance that would have to expire after 5 years. Okay, so let's say some investor takes a risk and decides erroneously to build in a rent-controlled town after the ordinance kicks into effect, instead of the town next door that doesn't have one. What happens when that ordinance expires in 5 years? He's got an apartment building there. The new rent control ordinance kicks in. I think, and you would have to ask the sponsor, I could be wrong, but it would seem that that new building would then be covered by the rent control ordinance. New Hampshire does have a massive problem with a shortage of rental housing. We all know this. I agree with the bill sponsor on that. The reason you can look this up. We did, and state is available through state data. The building permits tell the story. In 2013, New Hampshire's apartment vacancy rate was 3.4%. That's just 10 years ago. Last year, it's 0.6%. Go look up the building permits. You will see a sharp decline in the number of building permits issued. This is not a free market problem. We have a shortage of rental housing because local governments have made it illegal to build rental housing. Josiah Bartlett Center published a study in 2021 demonstrating that our housing problem in New Hampshire is a shortage created by local government ordinances. You will make that problem worse with this bill. If this bill passes, our vacancy rate will go down, not up. That's just the inevitable math that will follow. So as good as this sounds, the answer to our shortage of housing is not to create a bigger shortage, is to get government out of the way to allow more units to be constructed. We have to solve that building permit problem. That's the problem we face. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Gallagher.
So a lot of the case studies you mentioned were about rent control specifically, but this bill takes great pains to be about rent stabilization instead. So I was wondering if you could use examples instead that were of rent stabilization specifically instead of rent control.
I think rent stabilization is a term of art, not a economic term. It's a price cap, which is rent control. It's all rent control.
Further questions? Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
In talking about the how the ordinances are holding back rentable units, is that how would that be solved? Would it be solved because, well, how would that be solved?
I wish I had the easy answer to that, Representative. That is the tricky question. Look, the short answer is local governments have to relax their ordinances and allow more density and allow more units to be built. That's the simple answer. I mean, it's not simple in practice, but that's the problem we're facing.
I gave a little leeway on that one. That was actually not part of our bill, Representative, but I allowed the testimony to go forward. Representative Gallagher.
So kind of a similar question to the one I asked to Representative Reed. So you mentioned that the solution here is to get permitting out of the way, do zoning reforms to make it easier to build more, not rent control or rent stabilization. Okay, but what if we did both? Like, would you consider, say, a compromise package
No.
where we do both zoning reform and rent control to be acceptable?
Anytime you put rent control in any form, you will get fewer apartments and less construction than you would otherwise get. So I don't know why you would allow more construction and then put a policy in that would reduce that. You want as much as possible.
Further questions? I have one.
Okay.
Is it fair to say that rent control by any other name is still rent control?
Yeah. And I guess I would end on a quote from my all-time favorite economics quote is by a Swedish economist who I think put it really well. His name is Assar Lindbeck, and reviewing the literature on rent control, he said, in many cases, rent control appears to be the most efficient technique presently known to destroy a city, except for bombing.
Thank you for that. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have, I think the last name is Bacon, Matt Bacon, New Hampshire Realtors.
Thank you all for allowing me the time testimony today. My name is Matt Bacon. I'm a senior advisor at Anagnos Realty and Development in Manchester, one of the largest developers of affordable and sustainable housing communities in our state. However, I'm here on behalf of my association. I'm a member of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors, the Public Policy Committee at the state level, as well as the Commercial Investment Board of Realtors Public Policy Committee, and the past president of the Commercial Investment Board of Realtors last year. I'm here representing NHAR and its 7,000 members. Realtors are opposed to HB 1362, and we urge that you vote it ITL.
Could you hold on 1 second, please? One second. Sorry for the interruption. You may continue.
All right. I'd first like to address a flawed statement made by the bill sponsor that we don't have a shortage, respectfully. Per the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority's annual report for 2023, it said the 2023 statewide housing needs assessment was published this year and included some stark numbers. 23,670 housing units are needed now to stabilize our housing market. It also noted that by 2040, we will need nearly 90,000 more units than we have today. I would like to agree with the previous gentleman that right now we have a building permit and supply constraint. And our internal think tank, New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, that is charged with gathering the data and supporting that in support of distributing federal funds, clearly agrees 100% with that assessment. Stabilization is merely a semantic disguise to cloak what this really is, and that this is rent control. This bill eliminates a landlord's ability to set their own rents. Instead, the rents would be entirely under the purview of a local government body to determine what is and is not a fair return on investment to yield a fair return if a municipality opted to undertake this ordinance. In New Hampshire, the determination of what is an acceptable rate of return for rental has always been in the hands of the property owner and the general free market forces to determine, not the government. Under 1362, the government would take control of deciding how much money a property owner is allowed to make. I grew up in the live free or die state, and I want to stay in one that's governed fairly and opposed to overregulation. What happens if a property owner decides to make significant renovations or improvements to a building, new bathrooms, new kitchens, HVAC, roof, or improving other amenities on the property that might be beneficial for the lifestyle or for the safety of the property? Or, as I testified regarding previous year's legislation, if taxes and insurance drastically increase on the property. Will the property owner have to run each and every item by this government entity to seek rent approvals prior to this to raise them to cover these costs? Or do they try to earn the approval only after the construction is completed? Or do they simply not make the improvements, which is happening in New York and San Francisco, where rent stabilization has been enacted, and let structures fall into disrepair? Or do they follow the stated provision and remove them from the rental market, further reducing the supply that we're already finding to be very problematic? So what if there are cost overruns, unforeseen circumstances, or increases in construction costs while this is going on? Will the property owner have to treat this new government entity as a sort of construction manager, waiting for approval on materials and labor costs before moving forward to complete necessary repairs for habitability? And the bill seems to require that a property with a $5,000 a month rent be treated the same as those with a $1,000 a month affordable rent. We're not sure why those in the highest price units would need the same type of protection extended to them. Or is the intent that the municipalities can pick and choose which types of units they would control under these ordinances? That seems problematic and open to many legal disasters that could create cost increases that trickle down and the battles that come from them. Also, this could enable towns to become even less friendly to investment, growth, and free market stabilization, as pointed out by the previous gentleman. Ultimately, this would make an already tight rental market Worse, it will clearly disincentivize those who want to construct multifamily housing due to the future uncertainty. And with less total housing units, that's something we've been fighting to avoid in support of housing affordability and availability. Realtors understand the well-intentioned impulse behind this bill. However, the better answer to the problem of scarce housing and increasing rents is to increase the housing supply rather than control prices, which discourages investment in housing. And I'll wrap up with mentioning that with more units on the market, the rents will stabilize. It's always what happens when demand meets supply. In order to expand housing, we need to expand property rights in New Hampshire, not limit them even further and overregulate them. HB 1362 will set housing affordability back in New Hampshire, and we ask you to vote it inexpedient to legislate. Plenty of other governments have made mistakes in this area that we can learn from, so let's not make the mistakes that we could learn from elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions? Representative Gallagher?
So, yeah, same question as I asked to the previous two testifiers. So you mentioned we should be doing these supply side things like permitting reform and zoning reform. Wouldn't it be possible to reduce the costs of permitting and zoning enough so that it's actually less than the amount that's being, or I mean more than the amount that's being kept, so it ends up being a net positive anyways?
I don't have the math right. Sorry.
We're not going to answer that question. We try to keep our questions specifically to the bill, and that has gone offside the bill. Do we have any other further questions? Representative Fract.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would you agree or disagree with the hypothesis that one of the limiting factors to increasing housing supply in this state is the availability or lack thereof of infrastructure, specifically water and sewer, and or the carrying capacity of land that is not on municipal infrastructure? And if the answer to the question is yes, can you estimate what percentage or...
Okay, we're going to stop the question on that. That's also totally unrelated to rent stabilization. Are there any questions about the bill? I mean, these are all great questions, don't get me wrong, but they're not specific to what we're talking about here. Further questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Next up, Chris Schleiler.
I was going to say good morning, but it's definitely afternoon. Apologize, I had the flu
Welcome
last
to
week,
our
so
world.
I'm losing my voice. I'll make this quick because the previous speakers have really covered a lot of the important bits. My name is Chris Schleier. I am a principal at Elm Grove Companies. We're a developer and property management firm here in New Hampshire. We own and manage approximately 1,600 apartments, including approximately 600 of those are low-income housing tax credit workforce housing projects. Matter of fact, we just finished one in Salem last week. I've done a lot of lease-ups in my day after building a new development project, and we typically take about 6 months to fill up a building. We started taking applications in December, and as of our ribbon cutting, we're 100% pre-leased, and we expect everybody to be moved in by the end of February. So that puts a point to the fact that we do indeed have a serious housing crisis, and demand is very, very high. However, HB 1362, I don't believe is the answer. And we've all heard, the quote about pornography. I can't define it, but I know what it is when I see it. HB 1362 is indeed rent control. Rent control has never succeeded in solving housing affordability. Wherever it is enacted, it fails and it creates its own set of unintended consequences. It makes housing affordability worse, not better. The current housing affordability crisis is a man-made problem with its roots in local zoning and NIMBY opposition. The problem has been growing for many years and even decades. Study after study shows us that restrictive zoning is the culprit, and all of the leading thinkers on this today would agree. The passage of 1362 would cause developers like myself of multifamily housing to avoid those municipalities where rent controls are enacted, further exacerbating the problem of supply and affordability. These ordinances could be used by municipalities and NIMBY town planners to further restrict development in their communities simply by enacting the ordinances which are unfavorable to development of housing. We would not do business in a community where we didn't have some sense of certainty and security in knowing how we could project our budgets, 10 years out, for example. Large rent increases over the past few years were caused by tightening supply, exacerbated by COVID-19 and rising costs to property owners. We have experienced 40% increases in taxes, 30% increases in insurance and utility costs, and similar increases in the cost of labor and materials during this period. As a member of Governor Sununu's Housing Stability Council, I have had the opportunity to work with stakeholders from across New Hampshire and can testify that there are good and effective solutions being discussed and implemented here in New Hampshire that all stakeholders agree are the right solutions. These include municipalities adopting less restrictive zoning ordinances, light density, and ADUs by right, funding for the development of workforce housing and educational programs aimed at dispelling common myths about the impacts of development on schools, crime, and infrastructure would be helpful. I urge you to vote no on this bill, please.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions regarding rent stabilization? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I have one more.
Thank you.
Also, one more pink card. I don't know if anybody else intends to speak beyond Philip Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name's Phil Sherman. My wife and I own 10 rental units, condominiums in Lebanon. I speak in respectful opposition to this bill. We provide housing for a grand total of 14 people, but they like their house. The income from our rental properties provides a fair amount of our retirement income. A minimum yearly rate increase of 5% plus inflation actually exceeds our average year-to-year rate increase over the 34 years as we've picked up units along the way. However, what could go wrong? We frequently have tenants that are medical residents. They come to Dartmouth Hitchcock for 3 or 4 years of indentured servitude, making a median salary of about $62,000 a year. Most of the time, we hold their rent flat for the time they're tenants. So for 3 or 4 years, we just leave it alone. Then we raise it for the next tenant. It bumps. Having the government decide what is a fair return on investment misses reality. Rents for many of those 34 years were essentially flat. We beat inflation by about 1.5% if you look at it over the long term. I'm neither an economist or even an expert on housing, but as I understand it, the Federal Reserve All Transactions House Price Index is an interesting read, as there's some correlation between rents and housing prices. They use 1980 as 100 on their scale. New England overall is at 940 right now. Massachusetts is at 1180. New Hampshire is at 806. But there's more. New Hampshire actually declined for several years after the 2008 recession. Then it went up steeply. Think of it as a hockey stick. This bill proposes to tell the investor that whatever the rate of return was last year is deemed a fair return on investment, if I read it properly. Our rents went up a lot in 2022. Some didn't increase at all in 2023 as the economy tightened, and they won't rise much this year except for tenants that change. But the bill seems to assume that everything happens the same way every year. Also, some of our units are approaching 34 and 35 years old. While they're fully serviceable, they'll need major kitchen and possibly bathroom upgrades in the next few years. The only reason this will be done is if we can get a payback in a fairly short number of years. The bill proposes to treat this payback as though a large expense to renovate a kitchen is just another yearly cost capped by the government's view of what's fair. Lastly, and this was alluded to by others, while the idea of rent control keeps bubbling up, our friends in Massachusetts realized the folly of this approach some 30 years ago and repealed their rent control law. In 2020, 3 years ago, 60% of the California voters rejected an expansion of their rent control. I sympathize for our son and daughter-in-law who live there. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions. My cell phone number is on the red card there if anybody would like to call later.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I don't have any, I do have a new pink card coming up. Nate Grace.
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. We do support the concept. There was a case back in the 1970s where Allenstown attempted to implement rent control that ended up going to the Supreme Court, which decided that they did not have the authority to do so. We obviously support any effort to increase local control and local authority. I'm happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Representative Gallagher.
So to clarify, you see this as increasing local control and authority. Previous iterations of similar ideas were painted as being restrictive of local control. So I was wondering if you could just kind of clarify for people who made that confusion how this is actually a pro-local control type thing.
Sure. So the town of Allenstown back in the 1970s attempted to implement rent control. That was challenged, went to Superior Court. Superior Court transferred the question of whether that authority existed under New Hampshire law to the Supreme Court, which agreed to take that question up. It determined that based under the then existing statutory scheme, which is the same as it is now, that authority did not exist. If this were to go into effect, it would overrule that Supreme Court decision and grant that authority at the local level.
Further questions? Representative Savis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Nate. I guess I'm confused. NHMA supports the bill,
Yes.
even though there is a Supreme Court ruling holding that it is not possible to implement.
The Supreme Court ruling was based, let me back up a minute. Municipalities only have the authority granted to them under the Constitution or under the statutes. The town of Allenstown believed that they had the authority under the then existing statutes to implement this type of local regulation. The Supreme Court said that's not the case. That authority has not been granted to you by the legislature. A bill like this would grant municipalities that authority.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Okay, that's all all the pink cards I have. We had blue sheet, 2 people signed in favor. And with that, we will close the hearing on HB 1362. Okay, before everybody leaves, so far next week we are scheduled for Wednesday. We haven't decided if it's going to be exec or hearings or a combination of both. We will let you know as we get closer on that. That's all I got. Thanks, everybody.